mentioning that I'm actually in a very good mood. I found out today. I was driving, doing some door dashing, driving around. Got my earpiece in. I have to tell you, I the other Mikey, who used to, you guys know Mikey is. He was on the show for a while, and he's really into podcasts and stand up, and I have not for a long time. Hold on, I totally lost my train of thought. I got a text right as I was doing that. Driving. Oh, stand-up comics. I kind of lost interest in stand-up for a long, long time. I don't know what happened. It was just the quality of it, or if I just wasn't into it, or what. I don't know. I just kind of, when I was younger, loved it. Eddie Murphy Delirious was like my Eddie Murphy Delirious and Eddie Murphy Raw were my two favorite. They haven't aged well, but when I was a little kid, they were the funniest thing I ever fucking heard in my life. I mean, I was dying. And I was listening to that shit when I was like way too young to even be listening to it. My wonderful mother let me listen to Eddie Murphy comedian tape. Driving around in the car with her, and we just laugh our asses off at Eddie Murphy's, raunchy ass jokes. Very funny stuff. But I'm gonna keep an eye on these mics to make sure they don't turn off. 844 hit done, by the way. If you want to call into the show, today would be the day. I had the chat closed because I was just getting frustrated with it. So if you do want to comment on anything I'm talking about, today is the day to call. 844 hit done, 844-448-3862. Anyway, so I'm driving around DoorDash, and I'm listening to a podcast that Mikey that had recommended that has a bunch of stand-up comics on it. And I only gave it a shot because Mikey said it's actually really good. And like I said, I was big into Eddie Murphy in the 80s and the 90s. I was really big into like Def Jam, if you remember that from the HBO Def Comedy specials. I loved watching those. I loved staying up late after Saturday Night Live and watching Showtime at the Apollo. So honestly, most of the humor I was really into were really black comics, really. Eddie Murphy, all the Def Jam comics. Those are always the comics I thought were the funniest. And to tell you the truth, the comic that wrote me into this podcast that I'm watching is actually a black comic. And it was actually before I even realized who he was. I saw a clip of, actually, I bet you I can find this clip real quick. Let's see here. Let me see if I can find this clip real quick. But I started watching, per Mikey's recommendation, I started watching Kill Tony, and it's actually really good. Hold on one sec, man. I'm trying to find this one clip if I could find it. It was hilarious. All right, so here is this clip. Actually, let me download it real quick so I can play this clip back for you guys. But I've been watching Kill Tony, and I have to tell you, that show has really grown on me. At first, I was really reluctant to watch it because I was like, because the whole premise of it is. Sorry, guys, I'm trying to download this and talk at the same time. Pardon me. The whole premise of the Kill Tony show is that it's him. Tony is this guy named Tony Hinchcliffe, and him and his buddy, I guess this guy named Red Band, they're friends. Red Band's like the producer. Anyway, these two do the show together. And what the premise of the show is they bring in comics and to do like random people off the street who want to do stand-up. They give them 1 minute to do a stand-up bit. And it's been really funny, to tell you the truth. Like I said, I ended up realizing after the fact that I was actually into one of these comics before I even started watching Kill Tony. So actually here is Cam Patterson, one of the comics on that show, This is what actually got me into this show. This is one of the funniest things I think I've ever heard in my life. And it's just, like I said, it's this guy named Cam Patterson who just started out as a regular dude. They pull names out of a bucket. He came on and started telling jokes. This was what he talked about.
What's something you think we should know about you as we get to know you? What do you think, 3,000 people in front of you, what's something interesting about you?
I'm not retarded, but I like rocks. I just like how they feel, you know what I'm saying? They feel real good. I got this one.
Oh
It just
my
feel
goodness,
good.
is that a rock?
Yeah,
You like rocks.
I got a couple of them bitches.
So anyway, there you go. That's just part of it. And he goes on and on about rocks. It was just fucking hilarious. Actually, B1 had sent it to me. And I don't think she even realizes that was on Kill Tony when she sent it to me. And I certainly didn't when she sent it. But now that I've started watching it, I understand. And dude, that show has actually I've really started to like it. And it really helps pass the time while I'm out there door dashing because it's the little 1 minute comedy things. And like you start to get to know the people on the show. It's actually very entertaining. So I highly recommend people check that show out. It's pretty funny. So just not from 7 to 9. Anyway, so I'm door dashing around today, listening to Kill Tony, laughing my ass off. And then I get I get a phone call while I'm in the middle of like picking up food from a restaurant. So it's hard to like answer the call while I'm trying to interact with the people at the restaurant. So I see it's my mom, and I just instinctively, because I'm at work, I just send her right to voicemail. Not even thinking about the current situation we're dealing with, where I just taken her to the doctor on Friday to find out. She had what looked to be a mass in her bladder, and so she had to go in and have a camera shoved up there to go check out the mass and see what was what and get a chunk of it taken out for a biopsy. So I send my mom to voicemail, I grab the food, and I'll be honest with you, I went right back to work. I'm working, and I just didn't even remember that I needed to call her back. So I'm working and not even thinking about it. All of a sudden, I get a text message from her. And the text message says, I'm all clear, no cancer. She's going to get me scheduled for the other procedure I wanted. Yay. So congratulations to my mom. Great news. Old Bish is officially cancer-free. No, the mass turned out to just be like essentially what was wrong with my kidneys, just kind of a abnormality of of her bladder. So it just looked like she had a little mass that ended up being nothing. So mom is healthy, and well, she was not happy. She was. It's funny. Her happiness lasted a whopping 25 minutes, because because I called her right after I got that text message, and I was so happy, and I love you, and this is great news, all that stuff. And then I get a call from her a couple hours later, just fucking bitching. You're never gonna fucking believe this. The original procedure I was scheduled for, they're not gonna be able to do it for 4 months. I was like, oh man, that sucks. I know how much you were looking forward to it and how helpful it will be for you for this medical condition you're dealing with. And I said to her, and she's just cussing up a storm and bitching about it. And I go, Mom, let's maybe focus on the fact that you're not going to die from cancer today. Who knows what the future holds, but right now you're cancer-free. Let's focus on the happy stuff, the good stuff here. And I understand that procedure is something you really need to make your life a lot easier, but my God, let's be happy for fucking a couple hours at least, or a couple minutes before you start fucking freaking out and getting all pissed off. So, great news. I'm super happy for her. Nugget Man was kind enough to send over some cash to help pay for Mikey's McDonald's challenge, and he also wanted to get some flowers for her. I just got her flowers a while back, and I don't know if flowers is the best move to get for her right now for unspecified reasons that I'll just leave out for the sake of she's asked me to leave these reasons out, so I will leave them out. So we're not doing flowers, but what I think I'm going to do is I think I'm going to take that money, and I'd like to maybe take her out to a little celebration dinner. So maybe this weekend I will take her out to probably not the East Side Cheesecake Factory, I don't think I'll be taking it out to there. But in the meantime, I think I will definitely be. Hello, hello, hello. Welcome to another Dumb Show. I am another Dumb Show host. Thank you for joining me on issue number, what are we on, 184? Please disregard the thumbnail. I just realized I have not updated the thumbnails for the last few episodes. I have not gotten them all set up. I got to create them and save them, and I completely forgot to do them. So don't be confused. It is issue number 184, and I'm happy to have you guys all here with me this evening. 844-HIT-DUMB, 844-448-3862. That is the number to call if you would like to call into the show. Tell me what you got going on. I'd love to hear from you. And of course, I encourage you guys to call in while we have, while I'm talking about stuff. I'd love to hear your opinion on things. You guys know I love opinionated people, and I pay for these damn phones. So I'd love to have you guys call in on it. Don't forget, you can always follow the show, contact the show, send me videos, whatever you want. You can send them right to Instagram at Another Dumb Show, X Another Dumb Show, and even on TikTok. You see funny TikToks, you want to send them to me, you can do that on there through Another Dumb Show, at Another Dumb Show. Don't forget, you can always I just got a comment from, let's see here, who's this comment from? I got a comment that came in from Mark. He says, hey, bud, hey, bud, your show gets me through my 2-hour drive at 2 a.m. that gets me to my first stop. Thank you, Dumb. You're great. Operation is a trademark idea. Love you, man. I think he means Operation. I believe that's what he is referring to tell you the truth. So I think that could be what it is. But so, by the way, yeah, you can always download the show as an audio-only podcast through YouTube Music. That is the best way to do it. So I always recommend that you guys go there for that when you are looking for the show to download. Because I'm sure, I don't know if Mark watches it, the show, which would be dangerous if he's driving. So hopefully, Mark, if you want, you can always just download it as an audio-only podcast. And if you want to go back and watch it and see the videos we talk about and all that good stuff, you can do that at a later time. Let's see. The phones, I got a couple of people on hold. I'll grab you guys in just a sec. Just to remind everybody, Another Dumb Show is fan-funded. Wouldn't be able to do it without you guys. I do see we have some League of Dummy members. That is what we call everybody who hangs out in our chat. And again, you can help support the show by becoming a League of Dummy member by clicking the join button on the Another Dumb Show homepage, and that will give you access to, there's 3 different tiers, and we'd love to have you guys join and help support the show. Keep Another Dumb Show up and rolling. Let me grab this phone call here. I got a couple phone calls on hold. Hi, you're on Another Dumb Show.
No, you can't. You're a dead person. I'm going to get on Reddit. I'm going to pay it. I'll pay $1,000 to get you killed right now. I'm going to pay $1,000.
This is
Okay.
Chance. This is. Here, I'll explain to you what this is. This is me. So what you're hearing is me going crazy on Chance. That's so this must be Chance. He must have gotten a new phone or whatever, and he's calling, or it could be somebody else because he was sending it around to people, or maybe this is his other little crony. Anyway, yeah, that's them. That's the recorded audio. Because I love how he plays it back to me like I'm so worried it's gonna get played, or I'm so worried that it's gonna get disseminated, dude. I knew you were calling the whole time. I knew you were recording me the whole time. I don't care what I said to you. Everybody knows what's gonna happen to you if I find out who you are. So it doesn't really matter what you say or what you send or what you play or whatever you want. So here, let's see if it's still me. Because I think I ranted for a solid 10 minutes at this point. So, are you going to talk or?
I'm gonna.
Oh, it's just me again. He just plays me again. Okay, cool. Lots of fun. Great call. So thank you very much. So there you go. That was Chance, or one of his little bitch ass cronies, calling in. Again, playing back me telling him what was going to happen to him after he called me 60 times in one day. Called B1's work and what did he say? He was her brother and had her called out of surgery where she was in the middle of, she's part of a team in surgery. She's not slicing animals open in surgery. That's what surgeons do and veterinarians. She is a assistant, so she assists in the surgery, but she's a vital member of the surgery team. And she had to get called out of surgery to answer a call from this tool who was just out of control with the harassment. It's just out. It's insane. It's insane, crazy behavior bordering on criminal behavior. At this point, criminal harassment. I don't even know what the rules are for it, but it's just absolutely out of hand. It's crazy. I mean, I haven't. It's funny. I don't think it's him. It's probably his one of his buddies, because when he made that phone call because he doesn't call from his actual phone, right? So he calls from he uses a service that he spoofs his number with when he calls in. And so he has a different phone number he calls from every single time. So it was actually 60 times, I think, was just from one of the phone numbers. That doesn't even count all the other phone numbers in the one day. So, I honestly don't care what you call and play back, dude. I don't give a fuck. I'll chew you up and spit you out on the air every time, like I always do. But yeah, dude, I'm going to, you know what's going to happen if I find out who you are. It's just that simple. And you guys can read between the lines and take it for what it's worth or whatever, but who cares? A great fan of Another Dumb Show and calls in all the time. Actually, I haven't heard from him in a minute. F1 Frank, you're on Another Dumb Show. What's up?
How you doing, Dub?
I'm okay, dude. How are you?
I'm pretty good. You shouldn't worry about inseminating that guy's stomach.
I don't plan on doing that to him. There might be, maybe I'll bend him over in his front yard like I threatened to do to somebody else, but no, it's so stupid. It's
remember that first time I talked to you, you thought I was him?
I might have, because I think it was probably when he was called like 5,000 times. Oh, I left out. He hasn't been able to call because that number that he was using, that service he was using, B1 reported the phone call to her office, and that's 100% a violation of the terms of service of that service that he was using. So he hasn't been able to prank me or call or anything like that in a while. So maybe he found a new service to use. We'll see if it's Thursday night. We were off last night, but it's not bowling night, so we'll have to see. Mom's not getting pounded out in the back of the bowling alley.
I just remember that first time, whenever I called you, you thought I was him, and I was asking to talk to a phone screener, and you were like, "Nope, no phone screeners here."
Nope,
You're
just me,
actually
baby.
talking to me.
Just me, baby. What can I do for you tonight, my friend?
I saw you pound down some Big Macs the other day. How come you never do no Wendy's?
You know what? I'm not averse to Wendy's.
I'd love to see you pound down some Baconators.
Oh, you know what? I love
Triple
Wendy's.
Baconators.
I got to tell you though, man, I'm not that big into bacon on burgers anymore. I don't know what. I'm not really that big into bacon anymore. I don't know. Maybe I'm un-American. Like I mean, I like bacon. I'll eat it if it's out and stuff. I'm not going to pretend I don't like it. It's the greatest smell in the world. But like, I just don't seem to care for it on a burger anymore. The only burger, actually, I take that back. Now, Wendy's Junior Bacon Cheeseburger, I love those.
That's my shit.
Yeah, the Junior Bacon Cheeseburger and the Spicy Chicken Filet. Now those are two of the most quality fast food. I mean, maybe not quality, but the tastiest in my opinion. I absolutely love those. So,
I think the word you're looking for is they're the cheapest.
well, the spicy chicken fillet
The
is not the cheapest. I mean, that actually you got to pay a little bit for that one because they updated their chicken. But those in the junior bacon cheeseburgers, those used to be 99 cents. Now they're like $3-4. It's crazy. So
yeah, I
that
know, man. It's a
so I
pain in the nuts.
love Wendy's, but it's gotten a little out of they priced me out, and the only reason we were doing the McDonald's thing in the first place is because it was Mikey's when he binged that one night. It was a binge meal that he had on like a Saturday or Sunday night one night, and I was like, oh well, shit, I think I can eat all that food.
We got
Yeah.
we got to figure out something else better for you to eat. Did you ever get those sour things?
Oh no, I forgot all about that. Oh shit, no. I completely forgot about those. I should try that.
I want to
have it in
see
my
you
notes.
slobber all over yourself.
I do want to. I actually should try that because I really don't do very well with sour stuff. So that's actually a pretty good call, Frank. I appreciate it, my dude.
And it won't make you cry. It'll just make you drool all down your chin.
It's going to be a messy dare if I do it. So
You have to get a little bucket or a little cup or something to catch it all.
be all in my beard and dripping down, getting on the mic and everything. It'd be a mess. So
And probably tears running down your eyes, and
yeah, it's not coming out of my nose.
not
and all
like
that
the hot stuff.
Yeah.
It's like that sour stuff would be nasty, you know.
Yeah, making me pucker. All right, Frank. Anything else?
I don't know what's been going on, man. I haven't talked to you for a while.
Well, good news. I tell you what, stick around. I'll give you a couple updates on what's going on with me as the evening moves on. How's that sound?
I've been having a hard time staying awake until 7:00, 7:30, whatever. So I've been sleeping. So
been hitting the sauce after work too hard?
Nah, just my schedule changed, so I don't get to see it live, you know. So
okay, well, glad to have you here.
I still watch it, but it's on delay, you know. And if I call in when you're not live, I'm just talking to myself, right?
Yeah, it doesn't go through. I don't see it ring. It just the computer's closed when we're not live, so I don't even see if anybody's calling. So, all right, dude.
Yeah.
Well, Frank, I will talk to you later, man.
Hey.
Thanks. Have a good one, my dude. Thanks for being so loyal to the show.
Have a good one, Dom.
All right, bro. We should change. We call him F1 Frank, but maybe we should change his name to Four Loco Frank because he does enjoy his Four Locos. So maybe I should change his name to that. Oh, speaking of F1, I got two quick things. Don't let me forget. I got an F1 thing that I want to show real quick, which is pretty neat. But because Frank brought up, I had this in my stuff to talk about a little bit later on, but since he brought it up, we're talking fast food stuff. There is a new monstrosity that's been released by KFC. It's called the Chizza. It's a combination of chicken and pizza. So if you're a fan of the two of them and you want them combined, you don't have to look too far. You can go right to KFC now at this point. Here it is. Here's a picture of the Chizza. It is 3 breaded chicken, looks like breasts, covered in marinara, mozzarella, and pepperoni. Now, I got to be honest with you. This is just chicken parm. I mean, I don't know why don't they just call it chicken parm? You know, Chizza is actually Chizza or whatever they're calling it. That's actually not pretty catchy, actually. I'll give them that. I'll give them Chizza. That's pretty good. So it's out there if you want to go get yourself. It's arriving on the 26th. So if you want to go get this and try it, I don't think this would be too bad, actually, to tell you the truth. I feel like it would be better on a bun. And then you just have you got yourself a pretty tasty chicken parm sandwich. So put that shit on a bun. Or not on a biscuit. That'd be weird on a biscuit. But throw it on a bun. That's a pretty. I'm not a pepperoni guy, but I feel that might add a little bit to the standard chicken parm sandwich. You throw a couple pieces of pepperoni, and you gotta cook that pepperoni. They're just putting raw ass pepperoni on there. That's fucking gross. So there you go. That's the Chizza from Kentucky Fried Chicken. So check that out if that's your thing. Um, oh, by the way, I never did give any love. RK was first in chat today, so congratulations. I do believe that was his first time being first, so congratulations to him. And Irish Ronnie, going back to the phone call with from the psychopath, says, "Wow, Dom, he's in love with you, my dude. You better be careful." And Michael also says, "Yo, Dom." So, hello to everybody. Welcome. And so the other thing I wanted to show you guys, we just talked to F1 Frank. We are just outside of F1 season right now, and they have started. Let's see if I can open this in a new tab. Can I open this in a new tab? Come on, let me open this. There we go. So F1 testing has started. They're testing all the new vehicles and all the different new wings and different aerodynamic designs that they have on these cars. Excuse me. And I found a picture of what looks to be, I think it's a Ferrari. It looks to me like it's a Ferrari. I can't tell 100%. And I didn't really have time to look too much into this picture to learn more about it. But from what I'm seeing, it looks as though they've built some sort of, I don't know if it's a fender, some sort of weird aerodynamic kind of thing on the back of this car. Now, I don't know if this is intentionally put there to reduce drag or something on purpose for testing purposes, or if they're planning on they put this on the car to help protect the wing or the wheels. Again, I don't know enough about F1. I don't think I see the Gene Queen Tessa, who knows probably a little bit more about F1 than I do. But I don't know. I think that looks pretty cool. And it reminds me of when I was working at that software company. And when I worked so I sold brake pads for a while. I told you guys I sold like this Kevlar friction material, blah, 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 blah. So I did sales. Then I left that sales job and went to this company where I sold software. And I just closed it. And one of the things that we sold, it was called Autodesk, was the program we sold. But it also had this thing called Revit in it, which was like a 3D rendering engine. And there's all these different programs within Autodesk. But one of the things that they kind of touted within Autodesk was the ability to build these super high strength structures that really essentially just look like this. That this is what they were saying. This is what like walls are going to be built out of in the future. Any kind of structure essentially is just going to be like this. All the walls, like, they'll still put stuff over it like to like drywall or whatever, but this is essentially what structures are going to be built like moving forward in the future, because they're able to use lightweight, like fiberglass and other lightweight materials that, like I said, they're super lightweight, but they're incredibly strong and can hold massive amounts of weight despite being very light. And it's all because of the shape that you're seeing right there. So it's pretty interesting that I'm seeing it now on the back of a race car. I don't know if they're doing it to, like I said, protect the wheels, protect the back of the car, just because it's testing and they're trying not to fuck up wings or whatever, or I don't know. I have no idea what the purpose of these are. So I'm going to have to do a little bit more research into how those work and what they are. But I found that to be really, really, really cool as far as the new F1 cars. The Red Bull released their new car, and it's got all kinds of crazy, it looks nuts, the design of it. Let's see, Red Bull livery 2024. I think I have a picture of it. There is hold on, let me find it. Red Bull Racing off-season launch. Let's see. I don't want to see. No, I don't want to see the whole thing. I just want to see what's underneath it. Let's see the car. Okay, so here is a picture of the car. It has a really unique build. It looks so cool. If you're into F1, one of the things you'll notice is kind of the way the side pod is built on the side, like the venting is on this side pod here. It comes up vertically, and in the like right next to that O off to the left there. It comes up vertically, which is pretty neat. And the most distinct thing about it, well, there's two distinct things that I noticed, was the way the pod is built, which is where like the halo part, which is where the drivers sit. That is a very unique shape compared to last year's cars with the way it comes up and dips down. In the past, those just kind of went straight back and would go all the way along where that yellow and Red Bull part is. It would be, go straight across all the way back. And now instead it's dipping down and leaving this big intake valve right up at the top with a couple wings built onto it. So pretty cool car here that Red Bull, that Red Bull, come on, that Red Bull has put together for the 2024 season. Oh, and that rear wing is pretty unique. The way it kind of comes up, goes over, and then goes up again. Some pretty cool stuff on this car. So really excited for some F1 as we move forward into the rest of the season. Pretty good stuff there. Let's see here. Oh, it would have been breaking news a little bit ago. By the way, I'm still looking for co-host. Forgot to throw that in there. If you are somebody who thinks they're funny or would like to add to another dumb show in one way or another through your commentary or your content production or whatever, I'm looking for somebody who is willing to add to another dumb show through their, like I said, through their contributions, either on air wise or off air. I'd like to try to figure out some ways to help build the show a little bit. And I'll be honest with you too. Doing it with another person is so much more fun. Hence why I love getting the phone calls. Like when Mikey wasn't here, I would always encourage you guys to call even more, 844-HEY-DUMB, because it gives more interactivity to the show. And it's not just me sitting here talking to myself, even though I know all of you are listening and watching. It's more fun for me to have another person to immediately bounce things off of and get reactions to and have a conversation with. So it's just more fun. It leads to more laughs and things like that. So definitely looking for somebody to add into the show since Mikey has stepped away. And Mikey, hope you're doing well and all that good stuff. Let's see here. Quick comment here. This is from user SW5. It says, "Hey, Dumb, all is well. Praying for mom. Is there any updates you can share?" I did play that at the beginning of this issue in the recap that my mom is officially cancer-free. She went through all of the biopsy and got her results, and that she is she's doing well. She's doing well. She's made it through the scary part. Got the results. She's cancer-free and doing well. So there were a couple people who donated some money to help take care of my mom, make her feel special. Nugget Man had donated money towards flowers. Timmy, I'm going to call him Timmy just because it's easier. Timmy had donated money towards flowers. Now, I did talk to my mom because there was some controversy about the fact that I had not bought the flowers for her the day that I got the money. There's a reason for that. People are having a hard time accepting why I didn't get the flowers for her. My mom outright is not interested in getting the flowers. Not that, she dislikes the notion of the gift, but she would much, and I can't go into why she doesn't want the flowers at her house. Just can't get into it. But what she did love was the idea of the two of us going out to dinner. So I think what I'm going to do is, I know the two of us are going to go out to dinner tomorrow night, or Saturday night, excuse me. And we are going to celebrate her diagnosis, that she's cancer-free and all that good stuff. So I'm not using the money to spend on myself. I plan on taking her somewhere very nice. That way all of the money will be spent on her. So keep in mind that's, there was a considerable amount of money given towards flowers. So I plan on turning that around right back into my mom. Nobody's buying me any dinners. You guys are going to be taking care of her and in a really nice way. And in a way that she will truly look at as a gift and will be uber appreciative of. Not that she wouldn't have been appreciative of flowers, but you guys know your parents, you know the people, you know your loved ones. I know my mom, and I knew and I know based on conversations I've had with her since that she was okay and happy in the end that I did not bring the flowers, and that I thought forward enough about her and what she would like to go out to dinner instead, because that's what she likes to do. Is number one, one of her favorite things to do is spend time with me, and then go out to a nice restaurant, which she doesn't get to do very frequently. So this would be a nice way for her to get to do a couple things that she really loves and enjoy it. Because every time we do go out together, just the two of us, she is enjoying herself. And I have a nice time too. But she really, really, really loves it. So I am aiming towards, she mentioned that she wanted surf and turf. Typical, I know where I get my bougie taste from. I get it from my mom. So God love her. So I'm going to try to figure out a nice steakhouse to take us to so we can get her some surf and turf and have a nice night. So the money will be well spent on her having a good night. So let's see here. Vanilla Charlie says he'll look for news stories and videos for you, for me if I need it. It's not really instant on-air role. I got all that under control. I can look up and find stuff all I want. I'm thinking more along the lines of creating content that might be funny and interesting for the show if you're a content creator. So RK calls this the t-shirt scandal 2.0. No, well, yes, the t-shirt scandal 2.0 is when somebody alleged that I misappropriated money for t-shirts when I hadn't even gotten the order for them yet. It's, again, the reason for one of my biggest meltdowns ever is one of the most outrageous bullshit lies in the history of fucking ever. Just sent me through the fucking roof. It was unfucking believable. Anyway, Vanilla Charlie says again, flowers is a nice gesture, but I hate buying them because they're expensive and no one takes care of them and they die after a couple days. Yeah, that is true, but that's not the reason why. Let's see here. Timmy, who put in the cash, he says glad she's gonna enjoy time with her boy. Good. Well, I'm glad, because I know there was some, like I said, some controversy that Timmy was gonna be upset about the flowers, or is upset about the flowers. But in the end, I promise you, my mom will be very, very happy at the end of us going out together. She's gonna be, it'll be a nice night. So, some kind of sort of breaking news that just happened a little bit ago. There is a Odysseus lander. The Odysseus lander just ended up going up to the moon. It landed just a little bit ago, so I think it's the first time that something has landed on the moon coming from NASA in a long time. I can't remember exactly how long it's been, but I believe it's been quite a while. Why did I think has it been? I thought I saw a headline that said it's been like 50 years. Either way, here's some video of these guys, of the nerds at NASA going crazy when this thing touches down. Let's see, here's 22. Here is a quick video of these guys at NASA getting all excited as the lunar lander, Odysseus? How do you say the name of this thing? Odysseus. What a weird name. Odysseus. Makes its way to the moon. Here you go.
All stations, this is Mission Director on IM-1. We're evaluating how we can refine that signal and dial in the pointing for our dishes. What we can confirm, without a doubt, is our equipment is on the surface of the moon, and we are transmitting. So, congratulations, IM team. We'll see how much more we can get from that.
Yeah, all right. So they got stuff on the moon. I don't know what the fuck they're doing up there. I'm not exactly sure what they're trying to check out. I'm pretty sure I thought we'd been to the moon plenty of times. But I guess there are 12 payloads from NASA and commercial companies that will be carrying out diverse science tasks on the surface of the moon. Even Columbia jackets, like the winter jackets made by Columbia. They make boots and all that stuff. They have their Columbia Sportswear is what it's called. They have this in space right now just to see, what do they have it up there for? They're testing their OmniHeat thermal reflective technology on the lander's A2 closeout panel to protect Nova C's cryogenic propulsion tank. That's crazy. So the stuff that goes in jackets, they're trying to they put on a fucking on the moon lander. It's nuts. Quote, originally inspired by space blankets on Apollo missions, the same OmniHeat Infinity technology found in jackets on Earth will help protect the Nova C lunar lander from the extreme temperatures of outer space. Intuitive Machines wrote this in a mission overview. Thermal modeling revealed that OmniHeat Infinity provides a benefit for heat reflection when used as a panel covering, and that is where the technology will be used on Nova C. Intuitive Machines engineers incorporated Columbia's OmniHeat Infinity thermal reflective technology onto Nova C's A2 closeout panel to protect Nova C's cryogenic propulsion tank. So that's pretty fucking cool. They got parts of jackets on there. There is some artwork that has made its way on there. Let's see here. This is what is this artwork? Here, let me pull this up. This is from artist Jeffrey Coons. This is called the Moon Phases art. Artist Jeff Coons is sending 125 miniature stainless steel moon phase sculptures, each honoring significant human achievements across cultures and history to be displayed on the moon in a cube. Jesus Christ, can I read right now? I wonder if it's because my eyes are getting bad or something. I feel like a fucking old person. The mission will be the first Hawaii-based organization. Oh, did I go to the wrong one? God damn it. Hold on. I zoomed in and I lost the one I was reading. Jesus Christ. All right, back to the moon cubes. The 125 miniature stainless steel moon phase sculptures will be displayed on the moon in a cube, which was designed and built by Thurssday in consultation with Coons, the artist. The moon phase artworks are associated with individuals who made important accomplishments in human history. The list of names is universal from various cultures throughout the world, fields, and time periods. Displayed in front of each artwork, the names memorialize the figures. In this way, Coons honors some of the greatest achievements of the past to inspire future generations. Now, that's pretty cool. So you can kind of, I mean, it's small, but there's an idea. How can you tell what's on them? Trying to read what some of these might say, like what these significant moments in history are. And I don't get this art. I don't understand it. They're moon phases, so at different times. I'll have to read more about that because that's interesting. I don't really. It's very small, and I don't really understand the purpose of putting it on there unless they're hoping somebody, an alien, will find it or something like that. They also put this thing on called the Luna Prize. That is this right here. That is a time capsule with a lunagram message etched on pure nickel nanofiche. The aim is to create a secure lunar repository to preserve human knowledge indefinitely as part of Arch Mission Foundation's billion year archive. I don't know what that is. This payload was organized by Galactic Legacy Labs, LLC, in collaboration with Space Blue and Arch Mission Foundation. The Luna Prize's mission cornerstone is an indestructible time capsule designed to preserve humanity's cultural heritage and knowledge. Now, that's pretty fucking cool. This innovative archive, capable of enduring 1 billion years, is a testament to our civilization's legacy, ensuring that the essence of human achievement and wisdom is safeguarded against the ravages of time and space, etching our story indelibly on the moon's surface. Wow. I wonder how that thing works. How do you read it? What's on there? How is the data etched on there? I guess it's some sort of nano thing, so it has the history of the world just on this little thing. I wish they showed some context for how big this plate is on the actual lunar prize itself. So I wish I knew how big that was, but I'm assuming it's fairly small. But that's pretty neat. The Lunar Library is what it is. Oh, it's the size of a dime. Okay, I found another picture of it. Here you go. Wow, that's crazy. It's the size of a dime? Look at that. I'll be damned. So it's the size of a dime. So that's pretty neat. It's like a stupid time capsule like you do in 8th grade. You put a fucking, you get a little capsule, you put all the stuff that's going on in the world in it, and then you bury it, and then you're supposed to find it however many years later. This one's getting put on the moon with the whole history of the world on it. That's pretty fucking neat. I like that shit. Let's see here. Where did we leave off? So yeah, interesting news with the stuff on the moon. I love alien shit. I'm obsessed with it. I just watched a thing with that David Grush guy, the whistleblower. It's so frustrating because he has so much information that he knows that he can only talk about so much of it. And boy, if you've never watched any interviews with that guy, look him up. David Grush, Grusch. He's really an interesting person as far as all the things he's seen, as far as UFO crash retrievals and biological retrievals and all that stuff too. So hold on one sec. I'm getting a text message. B1 has been traveling. She was getting ready to come over here. The door is locked though, so I will have to unlock that for her in a minute. But quickly, I'm going to read an email I got. This email comes from Tygram812. Tygram says, it's a long email, so buckle up. We'll be here for a minute, but I do want to read this email because I thought it did bring up some good points. So I tell you what, I'm going to do this. I'm going to grab a drink real quick, unlock the door. Give me 2 seconds. Don't go away. I'll be right back. Give me a sec. Oh, come on. Okay. There we go. Back. Apologize. Thank you. Forgot to get my vino before the show started today. All right. So back to this email I mentioned I got. This one comes from Tygram. It was, it's a long one. I'll just read it and you guys can follow along. I'll try to go slowly for you, but she brings up some interesting points. Oh, B1's here. Hi. Oh, she just turned the light off. Man, can you fix this light for me real quick? She just unplugged it. All right, so here's this email. It comes from Tygram. It says, hi, Dom. I just wanted to share some information with you. You spoke recently about your frustration with Trump versus Biden. While I absolutely understand feeling dissatisfied with this choice, I definitely do not think this is a lesser of two evils situation the way you seem to think it is. Specifically, you spoke about the U.S.'s standing and perception on the world stage. This is something I hear referenced frequently and find very strange, since I've seen no statistical data to support the assumption that they are equally poor representations of our country. In fact, statistical evidence throughout the last decade had consistently shown that Trump elicited an extremely negative response from the majority of foreign countries. And that said, foreign perception has since recovered under Biden. Perception of the U.S. has in fact reached a record low in at least 12 different countries under Trump, most of which are very important allies. While under Biden, it has reached a record low in only one country, Hungary, which is also the only country to reach a record high under Trump. And actually a record high in 6 countries. So I hope you're following along here. She's saying that under Biden, long story short, favorability amongst other countries is up regarding the United States. She goes on to say, in a survey from Pew Research Center that is conducted regularly, 22 of 23 countries view the U.S. more favorably under Biden than under Trump. Many of them view the U.S. better under Biden every single year than they ever did under Trump. And she sends a link and says you can review here. And there's actually a image that kind of shows how the actually I opened the wrong one. So it shows actually the favorability. Oh, ooh, that's pretty hard to read on there. Let me zoom in there for you guys. So it shows the different countries and which countries liked us more by, favorability percentage of people. So percentage of people who have a favorable view of the U.S. in other countries, right? So you can see how it changed when Trump was in office. We have lower numbers, and then it went up back when Biden got in office. There's a lot of fucking numbers there. I looked at it. So it is, she's right in that sense. The numbers do show countries now are interesting, are more favorable to the United States. They have a better view of the United States while Biden's been in office. So I think when I said, because I've said in the past that I think Biden is, I don't think he represents us very well. We don't look good around to the rest of the world. And I probably misspoke about that. I think more along the lines of, I think he makes us look weak. I mean, he's a feeble old man who stumbles through his words and really comes out very infrequently. He doesn't have a very, doesn't, when he, even when he's trying to be forceful, like when he was coming out after that special investigator, her report, where he was, all upset about what the guy had said about forgetting his son and how dare you and all that stuff. It's even that is kind of blah. One of the reasons I was excited when Biden first was getting office is I thought we were going to get the scrappy Scranton Joe who'll fight somebody in an alley. And now he doesn't even want to debate Trump. And I don't even know if Trump wants to debate him, but I know they don't want to debate Trump. That guy's going to get chewed up and spit out by Donald Trump. And I'm sorry to say that because I'm not a Trump fan. Just because I don't like Joe Biden doesn't mean I'm a Trump fan by any means. I'm just not thrilled with this dude. And again, she says, while I do understand viewing these two candidates as equally bad in some ways, or even considering Trump a better option in some, this matter is one in which Biden is clearly a better option, this according to Tigram. Of course, this is not the only issue of relevance in terms of international politics, but it is the one you brought up. I've seen a consistent trend in the U.S., especially in younger people and people who consume a lot of social media content, to view Biden as an aged buffoon. But I never hear or see similar trends from foreign sources. Just something to consider. Well, that's a good point. I have to look that up. I don't know what the Guardian and, well, I do. I don't know who runs the Daily Mail, but I'm pretty sure that's a foreign run operation. I think it's owned by the same people that own Fox News. I don't know, but they're the dailymail.uk. And they're always making fun of how old Trump or Biden is. But no, I understand what you're saying. Legitimate foreign sources outside tabloidy Daily Mail. She says, though, on a related but different note, I believe it would be worthwhile for you to take an in-depth look into your social and political beliefs. It's completely fine to change views, to not follow issues down the party line, whatever. But I do somewhat take issue with how often you say things like, I'm a pretty progressive guy. I'm very liberal. If someone like me thinks this, she then says, I view you as a very moderate, independent, and over the course of the last year, you've come across as increasingly conservative. I don't believe you're aware of it, but I've heard you say many things that are transphobic, not just saying transports is a complicated issue. It is. And I don't think there's a clear right answer. Okay. And you regularly say things that are extremely sexist, sometimes disgustingly so, to the point I debate about turning the show off and no longer listening. There are definitely issues that you swing pretty right and some that you swing pretty left. That's all totally fine. I just think you should maybe exercise a little more self-awareness about it. Looking forward to the show tonight. Tigram. Interesting. And then she sends a PS in there saying that she likes the members-only shows, not so much the gaming shows, but likes the members-only when I talk about stuff. So I will keep that in mind, Tigram. So my response to all of this. Let's do this. I got a long, thick reply to this. It's going to take a while. So I'm going to take I know we started early or a little bit late. And what we're going to do is we're going to take an early break. And then we'll just go longer and with a, second half, long half. And I'm going to be drinking, having a little bit of fun. Got some videos and stuff to play. So like I said, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back on another Dumb Show. Hit that like button while you're over there. I'll be right back. And if you want, you can record angry phone call of you saying angry things or me saying angry things and send it back to me and see what happens. We'll be right back on another Dump Show. Hang on. Mics aren't on. Son of a bitch. The mics didn't turn on. God damn it. I came back from break and I was so literally the only thing I've been talking about since I came back is how the dog is just squeaking away. Literally the only thing you've been missing is my dog squeaking in the background. Darla has a new toy that B1 just brought back from a veterinary conference, and it's been squeaking away in the background. So I apologize that the mic was off because I was busy trying to get this dog to stop barking right when we were coming back from break, or squeaking. She wouldn't do it. So my bad, guys. I'm a doo-doo head dipshit. So like I said, I did mention this too real quick. Before the break, I got an email going over some of my political views and how they've changed and yada, yada, yada. Well, not yada, yada, yada. That I need to be a little more introspective about it. And I have a response to that I'll get to here in a moment. But before we do that, there is a man on hold who I have been waiting to hear from for weeks. Ladies and gentlemen, a man who has been calling into the show for a while. He called in recently. He's had some issues with the judicial system here, and he said he'll have an update for us regarding his issues with the judicial system. Didn't really know what the story was, but he said it's a big one and a good one, and I'm hoping we'll finally get a resolution to the story from Jake, not drunk Jake. Only sometimes is he drunk Jake. What's up, dude? How are you?
Wrong Jake, man.
I know. I just realized that as soon as I read it. As soon as I read not drunk Jake, right as I said it, I realized who it was. But anyway, I'm still waiting to hear from him anyway. Damn it. Not that I'm not happy to hear from you. I'm really was hoping to hear from him one of these days. I'm wondering if he's locked up. Call collect, dude. We'll take your call collect if you want. Anyway, Jake, not drunk Jake, the other Jake, who calls in frequently and is a big fan of Another Dumb Show. What's up, dude?
Not too much, man. How are you doing?
Good. I'm just a dickhead. I'm a dude who had dipshit stoner is all there is to it. That's it. But go ahead.
It's okay. I have a name. It's the other Jake.
Yeah, I know. No, I literally have it right here. Jake, not drunk Jake. For some reason, I just saw Jake and just got and drunk Jake and got excited because I was like, oh, I've been waiting to hear from this dude. Okay. My bad, dude. What's up?
Not too much. I actually, I know you're going to get into that email in a second. I actually wanted to kind of tag onto that because I actually had a really interesting experience over the weekend. Last week, my family and I were on vacation, and we flew back into town from Florida on Sunday night. And during that flight, I actually sat next to a guy who literally talked to me the entire time. Okay. 2.5 hour flight, didn't get to sleep. But it actually ended up being like my wife looked at me the whole time and said, I don't know how you kept a conversation going for 2.5 hours.
It's not easy. It's not easy.
Brutal. And so I'm just full disclosure, I'm very liberal, but I'm also one of those guys who, like, my best friends are Republican. We have discussions. We never fight. We never argue. We never call names. So I'm always willing to hear the other side of an argument for whatever it is. And when it comes to political stuff, one thing I know that was mentioned was, Biden foreign policy. And this guy started talking and started talking about guns. I'm like, okay, this is weird. I don't know where it's going. And then he started talking about how he taught, and he did pre-law. He taught pre-law to kids who were right out of high school. And one of the things he said was, people don't want to not win. Like, everyone wants to win an argument. Like, they never want to learn or grow. And during these debates, because he's teaching lawyers, it's like you put them on different sides of, say, the abortion argument or gun rights. Mm-hmm. And no one would find middle ground. Everyone would say, no, it has to be this way. And he'd sit them down and say, look, guys, you have to take two sides and you have to have compromise. Like, that's what the whole system is about, right? The whole life. You know it in your relationship, my relationship, everything in life is compromise. So what it comes down to, and the reason I bring this up, is because that's actually something I think, and I'm a Biden supporter in terms of, I think he has a great story, like, not a great story, but I think he has a very compelling story.
Sure.
Lost his wife, his daughter, his son, another son with a drug addiction. It's really,
He's
story.
seen a lot. He's been through a lot. He's seen a lot. I understand what you're talking about with his compelling story because I feel the same way about him.
And so part of that for me is when he ran in 2020, he said, people are so divided. And he said, I will work as much as I can in the middle. And no matter what anyone says, he has done that for the most part. I mean, he's done things that people don't like. He's done the student loan forgiveness stuff, which as a liberal who's paying off student loans, I don't know how I feel about it. But he's done a lot of things that help both sides.
I tell you what,
the border policy.
I can nail that. I think what it boils down to me real quick. Sorry to interrupt you though. Going back to what you just said about the student loans, a lot of my decision making ends up being based on pocketbook stuff. So that is a definite plus for him in my mind. Well, I understand it's probably not very fiscally responsible for the United States and bad for banks and stuff. There's people that are just getting murdered with student loans. I have a small student loan that I've still been paying off since I was in fucking broadcasting school, however many fucking years ago, because I just couldn't afford it for the longest time, and the interest went up, and then it just like tripled in the amount of that it was. So it's just like I kind of am like, yeah, you want to wipe that out? Cool, dude.
And that's something that wasn't. Hey, this is only going to help a certain kind of people. And I know people, there's the argument of it's not fair for one, it's not fair for people who paid off. There's a lot of shit that's not fair in life. So people just need to get over stuff.
Sure.
But the reason I get back to that is because I feel like, when it comes to look at the latest border issue, Biden finally came out and, everyone said, okay, fine. There's an issue at the border. Let Congress start pass a bill so I can do stuff. He said, I'll do it. And Democrats were pissed. They said, these are too strict. They're tougher than not pandemic times, but during normal times, they're stricter than Trump immigration policies. He's trying to slow it down. He said, give me the power, I'm going to do it because I'm not going to be a dictator. Republicans pass the bill, and I will do exactly what you want me to do. And you know what they said? No, we don't want that because Donald Trump said no. And so he is working with other people. And
okay, I'll give you that because I did comment on that when it first happened. I was pretty pissed off that the bill didn't get passed by the Republicans because they want the influx to continue so that they can just say that Trump fixed it and not Biden, which is fucking ridiculous.
Well, and that's not a good policy. It's not good for anybody. All it does is it lines the pockets of people raising money, which is a whole different thing.
And the sex traffickers that Dr. Phil was talking about that I mentioned the other day. It's crazy. That stuff's true. It's nuts.
Well, by the way, that is 100% true. There are things like that. But I have a family member through a marriage that I actually know came across the border. The whole issue with the border is messed up because, again, there hasn't been any immigration policy or reform. Then when you worked at the pizza shop, if it got busier, did they say, well, it's just going to be 3 days for your pizza, sorry about that? Or did they hire more people?
I'll be honest with you, the one I worked at, no, they just let pizzas take 3 fucking hours to get to. But no, normal places, yes, they would add additional staff, especially on busy rush times, Friday nights, Saturday nights, that kind of stuff. Certainly, yes.
Well, and just to wrap up the border thing, that's what the problem is. There aren't enough people. People are waiting 3 years. I know people who've gone through the immigration process. I helped when I was a kid. I worked in a Mexican restaurant. And I actually remember someone taking their citizenship test and helping her, like quizzing her on it because she was a server and I was a busboy. It was a whole thing. So there are people who go through the process legitimately. Sure. I don't think everyone who crosses illegally is bad, but they need to update stuff, and that's the problem. The main point I wanted to make was only half of the people in the country are ever represented. I mean, you can agree with that, right? Because if Republicans are in power, then only Republicans get things passed, or only Republican issues get passed. And if Democrats are in power, only Democrat issues get passed.
True.
I mean,
yeah.
At the end of the day,
it is simplifying. It does simplify the whole thing if you just go, well, it's Trump versus Biden. Yeah. I mean, there is the whole Congress to deal with and everything, and Senate and all that shit. So, or whatever. That's where my deficiencies lie, is understanding enough about the House of Representatives and the Senate and how they control all of that. more than, you know, Biden and Trump essentially in the end, which is, you know, again, that's where my I wouldn't say I'm ignorant about it, but I don't have enough. I'm not educated enough about it to probably comment on that. But and that's why I just, you know, simpletons like me maybe going on social media or reading the mainstream media, and I do try to read other stuff. It might just boil down to the simpleton going, well, one's better than the other, or they're both suck, and I got to pick one. But I think mine boils down to fear a lot of times. You know, I'm getting older. I worry about my family and my kids, what's going to happen when I'm gone. I think a lot of that drives maybe why some of my political views have changed over the past year or two.
Well, and that's fair. Things change when you get older. Your priorities change, and I feel the same way. And that's why I could go on for 2 full hours about the state of where things are. Because I mean, in all honesty, I work all day. I you know, handle my kids and my family, but in my spare time, I don't research like modern politics. I look at the system and how it works and the issues. But what it really boils down to is people not getting, you know, compromise. Like I said, there's no compromise anymore.
Right.
Everyone wants it my way or the highway. I compromise, like I said, I compromise in my life. Is it always great? No. But you know what? I'm happy with it. I'm happy with it because if I wasn't, I would go out there and I'd make my life miserable and I'd be alone or whatever the case may be. And the other part of it, just real quick, is the problem is money. I know you talk about inflation a lot, and Biden actually said something the other day about shrinkflation, and I actually had a bag of mozzarella cheese. It's always 2 cups, and I looked at it today. I said, "Why the fuck is this 1 3/4 cups?" They reduced the amount of cheese they put in my bag. I said,
That's so shady.
This isn't right. And I didn't even notice. I bought 3 bags of it because I'm like, okay, and I didn't even realize it. So what it comes down to is inflation is always going to be inflation. Inflation never goes down. Because you know what? In all the years, I bet you've never reduced your DJ prices. You've increased it because you've had to get more equipment and you've upped your services, but you've never decreased it. Same reason price housing fluctuates when,
No, I'm agreeing with you. Yeah, no, it goes up considerably. You know, over the years, it has for sure.
And I mean, that's not your fault. It's just the nature of things. It's the reason tuition isn't.
I just go by what
$50 of credit in her day.
Yeah, I hear what other DJs are making, and I go, oh, okay. Well, there's no. I'm assuming I'm as good as or better than them, and I offer the same service. So why the fuck wouldn't I get paid that much? You know what I mean? That's how I look at it.
And if you do that to someone who distributes, say, milk, a dairy farmer, you're DJing their wedding. Oh, well, I have to pay more for a DJ than I thought because prices rose over the last year. So they have to raise prices on milk, and which means, oh, well, the prices on milk are going up, which means the truckers. And I mean, it all balances out.
It
so
does.
Like the inflation
It does.
thing is like. So I know. So getting back to the main point.
All right, let's do that because I'm getting yelled at by I'm getting yelled at by the chat. Blue Wolverine just asked, "Is this a format change?" So no, it's just an email that we're replying to about. It does have I won't be talking about this all night. Trust me, but go ahead.
I'll do Politic Thursday with you, man. Every week.
Hey, maybe we do something like that. Maybe I add a segment like that. There you go. Go ahead.
No, but I'll wrap it up. Like I said, I know she's like foreign policy and how the world views 100% correct, but also look at the other things about how, you know, I can have conversations with people because I take a position of compromise in politics too, and I can have conversations. I have a neighbor who won't talk to me because he refuses to compromise on issues and talk about things. He calls me a dick every time he sees me. I've never done anything wrong to him. So just make sure when you think about that stuff, because I know how you feel, and I think you're completely valid in your feelings, which is the most liberal thing to say ever. But take into consideration other factors and just transports are crazy, which whole other topic. We won't talk about that. But or, you know, whatever issues. I also don't think you're transphobic or misogynistic.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Anyway,
I don't think I am either, but okay.
But anyway, love the show, man. Keep killing it. I'll talk to you later.
Thanks, Jake. I appreciate it, bro. Right on, dude. See, I pay for these damn phones, so you know I'm going to talk to you if you call in. So 844-HIT-DUM, 844-448-3862. That is the number to call. So I think in a long story short, kind of, because Jake's a talker, and I love Jake, so don't get me wrong. Jake, I'm not busting your balls. You know you're a talker. And maybe I do consider having Jake on to talk some politics one of these days or something like that. That might be good. Have a little politics segment, so it's not like, we're talking for the whole show about it, and Blue Wolverine thinks we've changed the format. But no, there was a long email that I got from Ty Grimm, and it was going to dictate kind of a long response because there was a lot in there. So let's go back to, let's skip the Trump and Biden stuff for a second. Let's go to some of the allegations. When she says I'm transphobic, now I find that hard to believe because I genuinely don't give. I'm all for it. I don't think I'm as time's gone on, and I see more and more people, not more and more, but more cases that have been shown in the news about detransitioning being an actual thing. It makes me really question allowing children to go through it. I'm really, call me transphobic, which I don't think you should, because I really genuinely, if you're an adult who is some sort of psychologist, or even if a psychologist has deemed you emotionally intelligent enough, because look, I'm 46, but I have the emotional intelligence of maybe a 30-year-old at this point. You know what I mean? So I'm well under my age as far as the way I act and perceive the world and, things like that. There are other people who are the opposite. They're 30 but have the emotional intelligence of a 46-year-old. I maybe a kid that's on the verge of becoming, quote, an adult at 18, if they're 16, 17, and the psychologist or, they've gone through excessive amounts of, therapy and testing to determine that this is what they want. Maybe I'm okay with it. And a psychologist or psychiatrist to determine, yes, this person actually has a much more aged emotional intelligence than they are for their actual age. They're 16 or 17, but they seem to have the emotional intelligence of somebody who's 25, 26 and understands the bodily changes they're about to go through and yada, 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 and the permanent part of it. But on the other hand, going into the adult part of it, say you're a fucking 25-year-old and you want to transition, I literally, more power to you. That's what I don't understand the transphobic part of. I think maybe she's referring to the episode where I was talking about how it's low-hanging fruit because I believe there are some people who are, maybe this is a transphobic thing. I don't know maybe that's what you think, but I believe there are some people who aren't necessarily trans who understand that you can become a social media influencer by pretending or acting trans. And I know that's very few and far between. But it is such low-hanging fruit because of the world we live in right now. So that's kind of one of the things. It's probably just me being jealous. They can just, they're just them being themselves, and they get to get 1 million followers because, they're wearing makeup and they're a dude putting on makeup. Good, God love him. Good for them. I seriously, I do take a small offense to that comment that I'm transphobic, and I'd love to know an incident, an example where she thinks that's the case. Next allegation that I say things that are not only that I say things that are extremely sexist, I regularly say things that are sexist. I'm actually having a hard if she's saying things that are I say things that are perverted or sexual, I certainly do that. I mean, I definitely do that. But I wonder what sexist thing would she an example of that? Because I feel like women should have every opportunity that men have. I don't understand one sexist thing I've said, to tell you the truth. I really don't know. I feel like I'm actually a supporter of women. It's part of the thing with the trans rights stuff. Is And she even brings that up, is that, that's a women thing. I think women are getting screwed over in that. So I don't know. I wonder what she thinks as far as, I wonder what sexist things I'm saying, because I feel like I'm pretty supportive of women. Somewhat disgustingly so. She must not mean sexist. She must mean sexual and perverted, because like maybe when I'm talking about Megan Thee Stallion and stuff like that, I could see how a woman might get turned off by that, because I am being a fucking perv when I'm like, look at her ass twerking, look at this woman. Like, that might be a little much, and I can understand how that can turn some women off for sure. So okay, so there's that. Now, again, going back to my potentially changing views that she said, and I mentioned this while I was on the phone with. And James says, you should just let them know that you live in the U.S. or you're allowed to say whatever you want. Oh no, I know I'm allowed to say whatever I want. And Tigrim is allowed to respond with comments about whatever I say. I appreciate that, actually. That's what I want here. I would love for you guys, if you disagree with me about something, call in or shoot an email over like Tigrim did. I did see, somebody said I think it was CYX said it was a little bit shocking when I mentioned what I thought should happen at the border. I think I was exaggerating a bit about what I think should actually happen when I said that I think they should have a drone just essentially just mow down the first row of people who are trying to come across illegally, and that will make everybody turn around and go the other way. Obviously, I don't think that's the best case scenario. Certainly not. But something needs to be done about it. I don't have the answer for it. That's definitely an answer. It would work. Don't get me wrong. It would work. But I can understand why that statement would be shocking. I didn't say it to be shocking. I just was trying to make an example of what, something needs to be done. And it's not just as simple as putting up a wall, because they figure out a way around that. And, if we need more border, I don't know. I don't know the answer to it. But, some of these other shows I've watched, they're talking about how there are, military age Chinese nationals coming in, undocumented. Nobody knows where they're going once they get in. Same with just other people who are a lot of military age men, military haircuts, in great shape, all this great. And this is what I'm hearing on these shows. Who knows if any of this is true? But the idea of that, if this is what's actually happening, if it's just an influx of potential people who could essentially overthrow our country from inside out, that's scary. And again, I think that's where my, as I'm getting older, the fears I have, I'm a typical old white guy. I start to get in fear of what I'm going to leave for my family behind. I'm not going to sit here and pretend I'm some sort of great dad who's like worried I'm going to leave my fortune behind and it's going to all go for naught. No, it's just like the world we're leaving behind for my family. We're in a weird spot right now. Like, I'm definitely, as I get older, I'm getting more afraid of death. Anybody who gets older and says they aren't is full of shit. I don't think about it all the time, but when it comes into my mind, like I'll start to panic and I get real sad and depressed, and I think about, and you start thinking about all your regrets and what you have done, you haven't done. It's awful. But then I start thinking, then it turns into, well, fuck me. It's not about me. Who cares? I'm dead. What about the three people I'm leaving behind? Like I can't mold the world into a perfect place or some sort of utopia that everybody's going to be safe in. But it just seems like all these problems are going to get worse once I'm gone. Think about today. Look what happened today. Fucking all these the mobile cell networks got taken out. So maybe my fears are coming true. There are people that are saying this was the AT&T had a massive outage today. T-Mobile, well, AT&T went out completely, not everywhere, but in a lot of places. T-Mobile claims that the only reason their stuff was out was people trying to reach AT&T customers, And Verizon claims that there weren't any outages. Their network is fine. Excuse me. But now there are people, Darla, please, with the squeaking. Bean Arena. Bean Arena. Could you not, with the squeaking, enough. Go to sleep. Go eat some food or something. Whoppers. Oy vey, this is driving me crazy. I apologize, guys. I literally, I can't take a dog's brand new toy away. I'm an awful human being if I do that. Those of you who are animal lovers will understand, and I hope you will just bear with it in the meantime. But so yeah, all these fucking cell phone outages today, and I read some reports of people saying that it was a cyber attack potentially. So that goes to like my fears are coming true, right? All the things I'm worried about, because like, but honestly, the thing I was thinking about the most with the cell phone outages was, thank God I was able to go out and DoorDash and make money today. I don't think most of the people in our area, in Cleveland area, were affected by it. But again, nationwide outage of AT&T. And again, I was thinking about this morning. I was like, God, how much would that suck if you rely on your money, your phone to make money, like I do? You know what I mean? I need that thing to make some dough. And then there's this other, like, did you guys see this? Like, it again, all the fears that I'm talking about. This is a post from Marco Rubio. And again, I know he's a kind of a Republican fear monger a lot of times. But he, you know, this is scary what he's saying right here. He's got a really good point. He goes, I don't know cause of the AT&T outage, but I do know it will be 100 times worse when China launches a cyber attack on America on the eve of a Taiwan invasion. And it won't be just your cell service. They hit it. It'll be your power, your water, and your bank. And again, I hate to be like a weird conspiracy theorist. I'm not one of those guys. But when this kind of stuff happens, and the world we're living in, where it feels like we're at some sort of like tipping point almost. Again, I'm not real thrilled with him for posting that, because that's a massive fear mongering thing when the cell outages happen. You know what I mean? It just makes people scared when somebody who's in a position of power posts something like that. While I understand it's powerful because it gets a very good point across, hopefully, it just makes people scared. It makes me scared. I'm not going to lie. I'm not going to sit here and pretend it doesn't make me scared. But he's got a really good point, man. If that shit wipes out, we're fucked, man. It's going to be crazy. Well, and I'm not someone like, I'm not a prepper or anything like that. I'm not an end of the world kind of guy, but starting to feel weird shit. More and more stuff happening it's pointing in the wrong direction. It's not real good. And shit, even if it wasn't a cyber attack from China or wherever else, I saw one weatherman say it might have been a solar flare, because there was a solar flare that night. So it's just like, either way, if it's a solar flare and we have no control of that and it wipes everything out, and dude, we're going back to fucking caveman shit, dude. It's gonna fucking be, we will turn on each other in no time. And I know that because I would immediately, and I'm already like, today, granted it is because I'm door dashing and I go in some sketchy neighborhoods sometimes. I have been considering getting strapped. I must be turning into an old white guy, because again, I don't like guns. And I'd much rather be like, oh, you want to fight? You want to try to take my wallet? I don't care if you have a gun. I'll try to fight you for it. That's my old, dumb, stupid rationale. But as I'm getting older and don't want to die, and I'm pretty happy and content with where my life is and where it's headed and everything like that. I'm pretty feeling good about everything. I'm like, ooh, I don't want to get robbed for my car or my phone. And I'd also like to just be able to protect myself if somebody is crazy. Remember, I think I told you guys about it. I did one of these deliveries where I pulled in a driveway because I was doing a delivery, and the GPS tells me to pull into this house. It's hard to tell with the GPS because you can't really tell if you're pulling into the right driveway. Well, there was somebody standing out in their yard waving their hands. So I thought, okay, this must be the right driveway. I pull in. As soon as I pull in, I realize the address number is wrong, but the person's still waving their hand, shouting at me. This bitch crazy. I tell she crazy. This bitch crazy. And I realize I'm at a crazy person's house, and they're walking towards my car. So I'm immediately uncomfortable. I want to defend myself, and I don't have anything in my car. And it'd be nice to just be able to be like, get away from my window, because I don't want to have to get out and fight anybody anymore. I got bad wrists from the last time I tried to fight. It's just all a bad scene. So I'm just a crazy old scared white guy. It's awful. I hate it. I don't like it one bit, but it's happening to me. Just think about that. Like, I mean, if it does go bad, what am I going to do? I don't have any prep stuff. I don't have a gun. What are we going to do if something goes off and like we have to turn into this awful, we revert back to this horrible tribal culture of just little regional groups of people because half of us is killed, the other half off because there's no food or water, and then we start fighting for position in the country next to fucking water and food, wherever the fucking most deer are, or wherever the best fresh water or closest, easiest to get to fresh water is. People start fighting over that area. It's fucking insane. It makes me crazy the more I think about it. So I try not to think about it. And again, I wouldn't be able to defend anybody, myself, my family, nothing. I'd get overrun by a mob of preppers with a bunch of guns in no time. A bunch of long gun, AR toting motherfuckers. That's why they have that shit. So maybe I'm just behind and they're all way ahead of me and I've had my head in the sand for too long. Again, but it's all driven by fear. Maybe it's all driven by fear from social media and news. Maybe she's right. Maybe Tiger M is absolutely right and I'm letting all that stuff get to me. I have no idea. Mikey is in the chat. He's saying, bah, solar flare. So it seems like Mikey is agreeing with me about, he says, I definitely need to get strapped and protect myself. Protection is key. He said, my eyes have finally opened. Welcome to the awakening. No, dude, I think, again, I'm a scared old white guy. That's all there is to it. I'm not afraid of minorities by any means. I'm afraid of stuff from outside of our country and like stuff trying to work their way in and all this weird stuff. Like, or I just listen to too many podcasts now, like Mikey, and maybe that's what it is. Let's see here. Amanda says, I walk daily in the dark. No protection because of probation. Literally walking currently. Well, put your stuff away. You're going to get yourself into trouble. Don't be careful. My main man Mikey is actually calling in. What's up, bro? How are you, dude?
Welcome, bro. Finally. It takes AT&T being shut down for a few hours for a guy to finally open his eyes to the truth I've been spitting.
If I can't get on Instagram,
that movie that we watched on Netflix was real, bro. It was a sign.
I need to see Megan Thee Stallion shaking her ass, and if there's somebody that's going to take that away from me, the world's in a bad place, Mikey. I need to see the Stallion, and if I have to wake up worrying that my phone's not going to be able to show me her shaking her fat ass and showing those badass titties while she's doing her badass rapping.
Just think about it, though. Just think about it. Snap of fingers, my guy. Just like that. No more contact. You have no idea where your kids are. No idea where your wife is with the kids. No idea nothing. Can't get a hold of nobody. It just goes dark.
Crazy.
It's scary, dude. People can just shut the lights off.
It really is. And you know what? I know I probably am getting swayed a little bit because I am watching more stuff other than just like the traditional media and stuff like that. I'm listening to weird audio books and stuff like that, trying to gain more knowledge. And it, you know what? I think
you're finally becoming a little enlightened to what's really going on. You're, like you said, like not trying to like pick on you or anything, but your head's been in the sand if you've been following the main school narrative that's been being pushed by the media for the last 20 years.
Well, I don't think this is anything that I haven't known or seen or kind of considered in the back of my mind for a long time, because I'm aware.
It's always been that little thought that creeps there, like what if? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
it's one of those like little, that'd be a dope movie if they did some shit like that. But then you start realizing that like all these movies and shit are based on shit that could really happen.
Yeah, it just turns like, well, and it's more because like where we're at right now is this weird tipping point. It feels like with Putin moving west, or excuse me, farther east. That's a problem for the world because we don't want him taking over Europe like we didn't want Hitler taking over Europe, because what he does in Russia is fucked. Like they have no rights there. Like we don't want that moving across to the east. There's China wants to invade Taiwan because Taiwan wants to be independent, or it has been independent, and now there's all this stuff with Israel and Hamas,
dude,
and it's
all
just
things
so
that are
many.
on the precipice of just happening, and us being in a state of emergency, and the elections being suspended due to unsureness of the system or the network or cyber attacks. It's all coming, bro.
Ooh, I didn't even consider that. Now that's a good theory. Now that this is to set us up. This is a good conspiracy theory. I like this one, Mikey. This is where they are going to. So this is a setup.
They poke and prod the system to see where it's weak. You know what I'm saying? This is a predator, dude. It pokes its prey to see where the weak spots are, and then when it comes time to do it, everything gets shuts off.
Do you think this is an outsider infiltrating to try to set up a mess up with our election, or do you think this is an internal thing trying to
I think it's going to be set up to make it look like it's an outsider trying to do it, but it's really our own government, or the one government that's trying to do it all, the New World Order. And not to get like that crazy with it, but it's a group, it's a machine that runs this country, man. It's not, you know what I'm saying? Like they're trying to shut it all down.
Bohemian Grove shit, huh?
It was true.
Yeah, no,
Alex Jones was thought to be crazy for 20 years talking about it.
No, you're right. No, yeah,
frog's gay.
That's all right. So no, I think that again, maybe I've become a little bit more enlightened. I just feel like I don't know. Maybe it is based in fear, though. To tell you the truth, that's the only thing I can think of. Is that it absolutely is based.
Everything's based in fear. All the news is fear mongering. Fear is what drives the narrative. Fear is what drives people more than anything.
Yeah, you're right. It does. And I'm getting old, Mikey.
Fear is the prime motivator in everything. It really is. It all boils down to what your fears are.
Yeah, I mean, maybe too got kicked into overdrive over the past few weeks with my mom potentially being sick, and her mortality, and makes me think of my own mortality, and
everything starts to make you think a little bit more, especially if you're starting to consume more things than just like the dull media and books, and whether it's other podcasts. And I'm not saying conspiracy theory shit, just other things, and you can see it's a wild and crazy world, bro. We all just better buckle up.
Yeah, I just everything I see, it's funny. This is one of the best bits of advice I ever got from my dad. Is that he outside of learn to cook and you'll always have a job. That's the best advice you can ever give your kids. Learn how to cook, you always have a job. True story. Anyway,
dude,
it's the truth, man. You can find a job anywhere if you know how to cook. It's just that simple. Unless you're white, because it's going to. Unless you're
scumbag, and he has no problem finding a job.
Unless you're white, because it's everybody that's coming across the border is going to take those jobs. No, that's awful. That was racist. Anyway, I forgot what I was even going to say there. Shit, what was I saying at the beginning of that, Mikey? I'm had half a bottle of wine deep at this.
I don't know. You got all hung up on your racist talk there.
I don't know. I was trying to say something and I lost what I was going to say. But anyway, maybe it'll come back to me. But. Oh, anyway.
The giant open border is another giant fucking problem. So
yeah, it's crazy. I'm sure you probably agreed with my drone theory on just, wipe out the first line. Like, remember the Revolutionary War, how they'd all line up in a row or whatever? You know what I'm saying? They just face off and then the first line would just get wiped out. For whatever reason, they all just kept coming because, they had a duty to service or whatever. But if you just want to go from point A to point B.
In old war movies all the time, dude. Back in medieval times, the archers would take out the front few lines of people and just stack them up, and it bottlenecks people. War tactics.
Well, yeah, war's a different story because those people just keep coming and falling all over each other. But like on the border where you're just trying to go from A to B, like if I'm walking from A to B and I see the people in front of me just get wiped out from drones, I'm going to go, This place actually where I'm at's not so bad. I kind of like it here, as a matter of fact. Because if I go over there,
without a doubt.
that might happen to me. And again, that's a horrible last ditch effort to stop it. You know, if we actually find out that the Chinese are in, if we find out we're being infiltrated that way, 100%. If like there's some sort of proof that yes, China's doing this, and you know all these other countries are doing this on purpose in an effort to infiltrate, well then yeah, you better get a drone up there and wipe them out.
You don't think
Till then,
you don't think Al Qaeda, Hamas, any of these terror cells, and any of these type of people, knowing that there's a giant open border in the southern part of America, aren't sending brown, similar-looking people that speak Spanish into our country?
it's possible.
You're
No,
nuts
it's
to think that ain't happening.
possible. You know, again, I have no proof. It's what I hear on, again, I'm not sitting here watching. I watch literally all of them: CNN, MSNBC, Fox, News
I know
Nation.
you watch all of them, and I'm not saying
I
you're
watch
a
all
biased
these.
guy or anything like that. But
No, that's what I'm trying to say. I skipped. That's what I was trying to say. The advice my dad gave me, other than the cooking thing, was anything you read anywhere, somebody wrote it. You know what I mean? Like it's not just gospel what you're reading. Well, especially with the internet. That's like because I don't remember what I was like when I was younger, real young, first got on the internet. I must have saw something online, and went and mentioned it to my dad, and he very specifically said, hey, not that that's right or wrong, but just understand that with the internet, somebody put that there for some reason.
yeah.
You know what I mean? And like that really resonated with me to the point where that's the first thing I think every time I wrote it or read something on the internet, whether it's a news story or a blog, obviously Reddit and blogs and shit like that, or, that's the point. They're posting something to make a point. But, even this email I got, anything that I see online, I always think to myself, somebody wrote this for a reason. Emails are different coming into the show, but like whatever I'm seeing out there in the news, whoever wrote that news story
behind it, there's somebody trying to sway it and create this story. Absolutely. And
maybe
that's my
not
first thought too.
Maybe not necessarily though,
Mikey.
Mikey.
Videos all the time where I'm calling shit fake. You know what I'm saying? Oh,
but here's
set up. Oh, that'll get. You know what I'm saying? I was always skeptic.
It's not always necessarily that they have an angle. You know what I mean? It's just recognize that they might. You know what I mean? That's
what the angles could be. That's
exactly
all.
right.
Just
exactly.
think about what the possible perspective is, what the possible goal is. How is this trying to instill fear? Not look at it just through one lens. Look at it through multiple lenses. And this pushes for the left, what this pushes for the right. You know what I'm saying? Like it's just. I'm just proud of you. You're finally coming around.
I guess maybe I am. I don't know if it's. I don't know if it's a coming around thing, Mikey. I think it's something that I probably have always felt. I just feel like maybe from where I worked before and the restraints on what we could say. That's not like nobody told us we could have an opinion about X, Y, or Z. Nobody ever said, hey, you need to be pro-Biden and anti-Trump or anything like that. Nobody said.
Oh, yeah, no, absolutely. But there's other ways they still try to constrict,
Yeah, I mean, you just.
what is being said.
Well, just the whole woke everything. You can't say, certain things like you can't, like the other last night I was calling, like, I said those shoes that Trump made look gay. I couldn't say that on the old show. Ooh. I would have gotten I'd have gotten probably suspended if I said it, and I had to do some big apology. You know what I'm saying? But bottom line is they're flashy, shiny gold lame shoes that fucking Gold Dust would have worn to the ring. So anyway. How you doing, by the way? You doing good?
I'm doing good.
Good.
I'm hanging in there, man. That's all we need to talk about. It's just good.
That's all I needed to hear. You're doing good. Now, I apologize. Saturday night.
I was
I owe you an apology, bro. You sent me the link after I got home. I got home from the Cheesecake Factory, and I had a glass of wine at the Cheesecake Factory. And then I got home and I had a
Factory. What'd you do? Take someone on a first date?
No, B1. No, that's Baker Mayfield does that. I had a
I was
gift
talking
card.
about that girl that wouldn't get out of the car at Cheesecake Factory.
No, I had a gift card from my mom, or no, excuse me, from my aunt that I got for
really?
Christmas. So I took B1 there, and you should go back and watch the issue where I talk about that because I had quite the experience
Wait,
with.
you
some,
guys finally went out in public together. This is another big step.
Yeah, it is a big step. We went out in public. We had a nice
It
time.
is. That's the one thing you wanted 3 months ago. You wanted to go out in public and start slow and like date each other again.
Yeah, it
That's
only.
dope. I'm happy for you, man.
Thank you, dude. Yeah, it only took. We were supposed to do it one night, then we both kind of canceled on each other. Then neither of us talked about it for 2 weeks. And then I finally was like, well, I'll just ask her again. And then we went and had a great time. Go back and watch. I think it's issue 181 maybe or 80. I don't know. I got called a racist for my commentary.
Ooh.
Yeah, I got called a racist. Me. I got called a racist for my
Your border
commentary.
comments?
No, regarding the there were two ladies sitting directly like next to B1 and I don't Cheesecake Factory, the two tops on top of each
Yeah,
other.
it's like the group seating. Yeah, it's fancy, squeeze as much people as you can, and you're kind of on top of each other type.
We had quite the couple ladies next to us who were putting on quite a show for everybody, and I talked about it, and people said I was racist because they happened to be black. So I'm a racist because I didn't care for their behavior. It was so you should go back and watch that issue. I think you'll think it's funny. So.
Please!
I
will absolutely go back and watch that.
I want to hear Disaster's opinion on that. Because I feel like I don't know if he's seen that issue or not, because I feel like Disaster would have had my back on that one, to tell you the truth. But I don't know.
Disaster will definitely. Disaster's the one that'll definitely lay it out there.
By the way,
exactly
real quick,
the way it was.
Real quick, 789. I know you can't hear Mikey, but I'm going to pick you up in a second. I promise. You've been on hold for a minute. But so Mikey, I was just about to say something else to you, but I forgot what it was. Shit.
You doing any Call of Duty shows soon?
Maybe I'm on the fence about tomorrow night. It all depends on how long I work tomorrow and if I'm able to put together a show.
You were going to tell me something about the fights and the link and everything.
Oh,
like that.
that's what I was going to say. I got home and I had another glass of wine and I got all horny and I got out of watch TV mode and tried to get in B1's pants mode. So I apologize. Yeah. It didn't work out, but hey, you know what? It was worth
Went
a
from
shot,
watching rear naked chokes to throwing rear naked chokes. You feel me?
Exactly. I love that. That's my favorite position in wrestling, when you got to get on top, you wrap them around. You know what I'm saying? It was nothing more homoerotic than,
I don't know. I never got excited for wrapping around another guy, but hey, different strokes for different folks.
All right, my dude. I love you. I'll talk to you soon, dude.
Love you too, brother.
Thanks
Talk
for
to you
calling. Later, man. Oh man, so good to hear from my dude. Good to hear him. Good. I love I got my head out of the sand, right? I knew he would love hearing me say all this stuff because, again, it's Mikey loves, Mikey loves his conspiracy. I mean, 9/11 denier after all. So, hi, you're on another dumb show. Who's this? Hello?
Hi, it's CYX.
CYX, what's up? How are you?
I'm good. I'm a little buzzed.
Me too.
The second hour is always happy hour.
Thank you for recognizing that.
Say
I didn't
hi
say
to
it
the
today. She said hi to the chat, and I talked over her. What's up?
So I was going to say, it is scary, all right? But that is the trick that the right uses. They scare you into voting away your rights and your freedom. All right?
Okay.
So China, all our enemies have been trying to get us since the beginning of time. That's absolutely true.
Okay.
But don't let them scare you into it. Pay attention to their campaign commercials. It's all fear-based.
True. I got to be honest with you, COIX. I can't remember. I haven't seen one campaign commercial. This is not based on any campaign commercial stuff or what they're running on, because I feel like neither of them have explicitly said what they're running on, what we can expect out of either of them. That's the point of the debates. We're getting zero out of either of them, other than, well, Trump, says the same stuff he's been saying forever. Biden, I guess, essentially is saying the
I didn't
same
mean
stuff.
now. I mean when the campaign starts.
Right, that'll be interesting. It'll be.
But
Do you think Joe? Do you think they're going to keep Joe? Stick with Joe?
unfortunately, I do.
I had a feeling you were going
Just
to say
because,
unfortunately.
yeah, because both of the parties, it's just a good old boy club. I'm not going to deny that, and I don't think they're going to boot Biden. He was a great man. He was a great economist.
I loved him. And I'll be honest with you. I actually.
I'm kind of old.
How old are you? If you don't mind my asking, I know you're not supposed to ask a lady.
Overhearing you. Yeah, I'm kind of old, and I don't want to be an ageist, but I mean, come on, let's face it.
Oh, hold on. I know why you can't hear me. My mic is way down low. Keep talking, CYX.
Okay, I think I got a little bit better. Yeah, they're both too old. That's the thing that drives me insane, though. Trump is just as old.
Right. Well, again, he's what, I don't know, 6, 7, 10 years younger or something like that. So it's not like there's a big age difference there. Not a huge gap in the sense of.
No, it's like 2 or 3 years.
But you got to admit, Trump isn't excessively more lucid than Biden is these days. I don't know. I feel like he is.
Dabbling himself and.
But he always has.
Dabbling himself.
He always has. He blusters. Anybody who's full of bluster, they ramble and they change facts for the sake of their argument, and that's just Trump. But the fact that he's able to do that at much more of a where you can, you ask Trump a question, bam, you're getting an answer, whether you like it or not, whether it's a lie, whether it's a bluster, whether it's the truth that you don't want to hear, you get it instantly. Biden, it's a
okay, but you get insane answers like
right
cause cancer.
No, I agree. I'm not trying to justify. Right now, I'm just talking about the age disparity, right, or the age gap. Right now is because Biden's gap has become, the difference between 75 and 85 is considerable, I would argue. Because just from what we're watching, if you were to ask Biden a question, just, in the moment, in the few press conferences that he's actually done, he's just slow. He is not quick. He used to be. That was one of the things I loved about him. He was so snarky and so, I'll take you in the fucking back alley and kick your ass if you don't fucking like what I'm saying. Kind of quickness about him. And that's what I love. That's what I thought we were going to get, Fighting Joe from Scranton. And we've gotten not that. And it's almost sad compared to what we knew him from to what he is now. And that's what's frustrating about it. And at CYX, I feel like you're falling into I loved old Joe so much that I'm willing to, he's okay. He's still the same guy, but maybe he's a little slower. I feel like he's considerably slower than what we've dealt with in the past from him. And he's not even sharp anymore. You know what I mean? It went from being sharp and snarky and quick to just slow. And I know he was, I don't want to say stammering because he has a stutter, but the older you get and the more tired you are, the more your stutter shows, which is sad. You know what I mean? And I just feel like they gotta pull Michelle out. I feel like all of this will probably change if they bring Michelle out. You're suddenly going to see a different dumb if Michelle gets rolled out or something along those lines. Because just right now, I don't. While the rest of the world, according to Tiger Room, says they like Biden, I don't. And I don't feel like by the time he's 86 or 87, when he, by the end of his term or whatever, however old he'll be, that's crazy. That's crazy to think that he represents, and I know you said you're a little older, but to think that a 90-year-old, almost 90-year-old represents what our country wants to be and where it's going it's crazy. That's just crazy talk to me. And I've had a lot of wine.
I agree, he's too old. I agree,
Yeah.
he's too old, but Trump is only like 2.5 years younger. And I won't even go on a tangent about all the other things Trump
I don't
is,
think it's a number. I don't think it's a numbers thing. Maybe it is, but at that number, when we're talking about, like, if we're talking 50 versus 40, then we're going to talk about, well, 50's got more life experience. You're talking 80 versus 75. I actually think, and look, I named this studio Struts after my dad. I love him to death. He's a great man. He's been a great man his whole life. But I've watched his decline over the last several years. He's, 70s, he's almost 75 years old. And I've seen the decline in a short period of time. So I can only imagine the decline from 75 to 80, 85 to 85, 80 to 85. It's significantly different from 40 to 45, 45 to 50. So there's no right answer to the COAX. You're right. We'll go in circles about it all day long. And again, I think
you could vote third party.
I could, but RFK Jr. said that the vaccine was created to explicitly exclude Jews from getting COVID, which is just crazy talk. He's a little goofy. I know, like, there are some people, like, I know Mikey probably hears me saying this, and he's like, wait a minute, what about all these other shows you're watching where they say RFK is right about everything and vaccines and stuff? I'm still not convinced about that. I'm just not. So I have some reservations about RFK. I'll be honest with you. I thought his Super Bowl commercial was massively distasteful, where he invoked his JFK's old campaign commercial. I thought it was disgusting. Personally, it was just gross. It was just gross. It was just like, hey, I'm a Kennedy, and who cares if the two most important Kennedys ever got killed? So let me just do this campaign thing anyway. You know what I mean? It was just, it was in poor taste. I didn't like it one bit. But I do have to say, I did see him say something that is non-woke and was very hilarious. And I saw this, I saw it online. So there's this comic named Tim Dillon who's gay. He posted a picture with another female comic and he goes, I've quit being gay and I'm marrying this girl. And the funny thing, that's, whatever, giggle in itself. I'm going to make fun of wokeism. Well, the funny thing about it was RFK Jr. actually replied to it and said, hey, Tim, she's a beautiful angel. I'm not surprised she ungayed you. Which is, like, for a presidential candidate to say something like that on an Instagram comment, I don't know if I love it or I hate it, to be quite honest with you. It's hard to have a real...
Crazy.
It is crazy. It is crazy. But you know what's funny about it is, you know what? It's going to get traction, good or bad. And if you're super woke, you'll hate it. And if you're not woke, you'll love it. And if you're somewhere in between, you'll be like me and you're like, that's kind of funny, but it's definitely going to make some people upset. So,
here's the thing about woke, though. You got to pay a lot of attention to politics. Now, I understand some people feel they have to watch everything they say, but that's because society will look down on you. There's no laws against that. But there are laws. The Republicans are making laws that restrict your freedom of speech for their anti-woke stuff. But I can't find any Democratic laws that are saying, you can't you have to use the right pronoun. There's no law.
You're right. I understand what you're saying, because in the past, trust me, back when I worked in radio in the Janet Jackson days, when all of the FCC crackdowns happened, you couldn't hardly say shit. Nothing graphic, nothing sexual. They got they cracked down on that shit. But that was legal with fines and things like that. But now we live in a world where the court of public opinion can destroy your life. You get canceled now. Cancel culture wasn't a thing back when the George Bush and the Christian right were saying you can't say these graphic sexual things on the radio or wherever. Now it's a completely different situation where it's like I said, the court of public opinion, where the woke mob comes along and says, hey, you can't say X, Y, Z. And once you say it, in fact, even if you said it back in the day when the Christian right and George Bush were telling you what you can and cannot say, if you used to use the F word in jest, like amongst your buddies, the word that rhymes with maggot, like I'm not gonna lie to you, me and my buddies used to call each other that constantly. It was what we called each other as a term of endearment. It is the weirdest, most backwards thing, but Rob Job, Charlie, that's what we used to call each other, like all the time. You can ask them; they might lie about it, but off the air when we were fucking around with each other, that's what we called each other. But times changed, and we realized, hey, that's actually not cool. It might upset somebody. It might offend somebody. So we usually don't. That word that's too harsh. It's too much. It's too harsh. So again, it goes back to the court of public opinion. Now that's where everything lies. Because people like me, I don't get paid by a corporation, but hopefully, it'd be great if eventually I did such a good job here that like I just saw, there's a local Cleveland sports talk show that just got picked up by one of the local TV networks here. So, I'm not saying that's my goal here by any means, but shit, that'd be fucking cool if that happened. Some sort of network came along and said, hey, this show's actually pretty good. Let's give them money to do it. Right now, you guys pay for the show. But if a corporation came along and said, hey, you can't say the shoes that Trump made look gay, I'd have to listen to them because they pay my paycheck. You know what I mean? Yesterday's episode where I said that got dinged and said it's not suitable for advertisers. Now, I don't think it had anything to do with anything I said about Trump's shoes looking gay. I think it had to do with me playing the video of the guy with the candle up his ass, if I had to guess. So, you know what I mean? So, different situation. But CYX, I do understand your point that, Trump ain't perfect either, by any means. But the age thing, it's not all about age. It's more about snappiness. I know it's such a boiled down thing. I'm boiling it down to such a simple thing. But if I got in a room with the two of them and I had a conversation with the two of them, I feel like I would walk out of that room saying, I think Donald Trump was a little bit more lucid than Joe Biden. And if I had to pick somebody to run something, I feel like I would want somebody who is more lucid than the other. And that's unfortunately where we're at.
I don't know. But going back to the woke, you have to pay attention to who's actually passing the laws that are stripping away your freedoms. Wow. At the same time, they're running around screaming that, oh my God, you can't say Merry Christmas. Well, you know what? You can say Merry Christmas. But you can't say shit in Huckleberry State, whatever state that is. She just passed laws. And they're also loosening up child labor laws. So if you're worried about your kids and you don't want them to have to work in a factory at 14, you got to pay attention to the laws.
Yeah, I want my kids working for me for my family business. So
there you go.
So again,
the laws.
Pocketbook stuff,
You
right?
got to watch the laws.
You're right. I do need, You're absolutely right. I need to pay more attention to what the Senate and the House of Representatives are up to and what they're voting on, what
Absolutely.
they're not voting on. I don't pay enough attention to local elections. I am a victim of mass media a lot of times and social media, but But here's the problem, CYX. I'm lazy. It's easy. It's easy to absorb all that shit.
I know it
versus
takes a lot of work.
it really does. It takes some work to dig in to find this stuff out on your own
Yep.
and learn a little bit more about it. If I'm going to sit here and talk to you guys for 2 hours a night, maybe I need to take that upon myself to do so.
Yep. Well, I'm going to let you go. But remember, we are a representative country, which means as a citizen, you have got to pay attention.
You're right. You're right. I have, and like Mikey said, I've had my head in the sand for too long, CYX, and now I'm becoming awakened.
Yeah.
I'm
Okay.
What,
Well, I'm scared too, Dem.
Yeah, okay. Well, I'm glad you feel the same way. There's a lot to be scared about these days. All right,
There
CYX. Hey, thank you for calling in. I pay for these damn phones, so you know I appreciate it when you call in, all right?
That's awesome. Bye, guys.
Thanks for being such a big supporter. All right, guys. I said this wasn't going to be politics all night, but I ended up talking for, almost 2 straight hours about politics, so I apologize. Let's try to find something we can wrap up on that might be a little bit more silly, a little bit more fun. Oh, I got the perfect thing for you guys. I got the most perfect thing in the world. I got some fantastic news the other day. I believe it was B1 who sent this to me. Let me peek over at the chat. I don't believe I've seen anybody at me specifically. Oh, but I did see my mom say this.
Meat, vegetables, water, milk, tea.
My mom thinks that's the funniest thing in the fucking world, by the way. She loves that. She will call me and she'll just call me and not I will say hello and she'll just say meat, vegetables, water, milk, tea.
Meat, vegetables, water, milk, tea.
All right, so we have all this stuff going on in the world, right? I spent 2 hours talking about all the things this old white man is afraid of. Just old white man disease, afraid of everything. Oh my God, everything's going to ruin my life and my kids and everything I've worked for. Old white man disease. I'm falling down. That's an old reference to a movie from I think the 90s. Anyway, guys, fear not, citizens. Fear not. The big blue Boy Scout is back here in town, here in Cleveland, to save us all. He's coming home. James Gunn's Superman Legacy. That's the new Superman movie that's going to be coming out, and I don't know when the fuck it's coming out, but who cares? It's not been filmed yet. David Cornsweet, Superman. Who else who's going to be? Rachel Brosnan. Rachel Brosnan is Lois Lane. What is the guy? Lex Luthor. Superman Legacy. Nicholas Hoult. Nicholas Hoult is his name. That was the guy from, here, let me pull up this picture for you guys. Why is it not doing that? If you guys like the X-Men movies, you will recognize Nicholas Hoult. Oh, God, that could have been a smaller fucking picture? Jesus Christ. Nicholas Hoult. So this guy is going to be playing Lex Luthor here in the Superman Legacy movie, who I'm actually pretty cool with. I think he'll be a good Lex Luthor. He was great as, my God, I'm having a total Beast. He was Beast in X-Men. Jesus Christ. And he's been in other stuff. He's been pretty good. I like that dude. So anyway, so why does it matter to me that Superman is coming back to Cleveland? Well, not back to Cleveland. That Superman is coming to Cleveland for this filming this summer. Superman Legacy, filming, James Gunn, bringing the whole cast here to Cleveland to film Superman coming back to Cleveland. Why do I say back to Cleveland? Those of you who don't know, Superman is from Cleveland. He was invented here in Cleveland. People think he's from Krypton. No. Siegel and Schuster, they are the ones who invented Superman. Jerry Siegel, Joe Shuster, those are the creators of Superman. Jerry Siegel, true Clevelander. Collinwood, I believe, is where he's from. There's a house in Cleveland where they actually, let me see it actually. Siegel House, Cleveland. There is actually a actual whole. So here's the house. This is where Superman was invented. Siegel's house, Joel Shuster, Jerry Siegel. On this site once stood the home where Superman was turned from words into pictures. Joe Shuster came to Cleveland from Canada. He liked sports and comic strips. He drew all the time on boxes, wrapping paper, and even sold wallpaper. With his best friend Jerry Siegel, he turned amazing stories about a man of steel into four-colored reality. Joe made the whole world look fresh and clean and strong. He made it look super. With the creation of Superman, these two friends showed the world that the most ordinary of us can turn out to be the most heroic. So there you go. That's the house honoring, and I think there's a different one. Why do I feel like that's the wrong house? I feel like that's Schuster's house. Where is Siegel's house? Aha. All right, now there's no one. All right, so there's two different, okay, so there's Siegel's house and there's Schuster's house, all right? Here is Siegel's house, and here is the little thing outside of his house. It says, it's funny, everybody wants credit for everything. Why can't the two of them just work together? Like, why does Schuster's have to be so Schustery, and why does Siegel's have to be so Siegel-y? They were a team. I know they had fucking butt heads at one point, and the families butted heads about rights and all this shit, but Christ, they created the greatest hero in the history of the world, that every fucking superhero every comic book, essentially everything has been based around him. One of the greatest characters, whether you like comic books or not, every fucking person in this world, once you are old enough to understand words and speaking, knows who Superman is. American, Chinese, Russian, African, Australian, European, Antarctica, anybody, where the fuck you are from, Antarctica, Antarctic, Arctic, wherever the fuck you're from in the entire planet, you know who Superman is. Love him or hate him, you know him, period. So why not that's the whole point of Superman. He would not want them fighting. He would not want Siegel and Schuster fighting. Anyway, here's Siegel's house. It says, this is the house where Superman was born. Writer, let me zoom in a little bit. It's hard for you guys to see that, I'm sure. It's hard for me. It's hard for you guys. It says, writer Jerry Siegel, 1914-1996, the year I graduated from high school. Jerry Siegel was a teenage boy who lived here during the Great Depression, one of the toughest economic times for Cleveland and the country. Jerry wasn't popular. He was a dreamer, and he knew how to dream big. With his best friend, artist Joe Shuster, these two boys created a bright fantasy world of spaceships, strange planets, and a city where a young man in red and blue tights could leap over tall buildings in a single bound. Oh man, that makes me want to cry. Whew. Man, I'm gay. They called him Superman. Here's why I love Superman, guys. Right here. I got a full screen that shit right there. That's a full screen right there. Boom. This line right here. Oh, it cuts everything off. That's stupid. This line right here, and I'm a fucking tool. I'm a nerd of the highest nerd level when it comes to Superman. Because it's literally, like, people think I like Superman because of his power, right? He's big and he's strong and he can shoot lasers out of his eyes and freeze people or whatever. No. God, I'm such a fucking homo. No, here, I'm not even going to be able to read this without fucking breaking down, I swear to God. It says, they didn't just give us the world's first superhero. They gave us something to believe in. Guys, that's what Superman is all about. Is believing that the human condition and the humanity is good. We're all good. We're all good deep down. It's so stupid I'm fucking getting choked up about this, but that's truly why I love Superman. Not because he would snap Batman in half, despite what everybody says. Jesus Christ, I have literal a tear rolling down my face. Jesus Christ, what a fucking loser I am. And if you're religious, sorry I'm saying Jesus Christ, but fuck. No, I just love Superman so much and what he represents and how he could literally, if he wanted to, I know this is a fictional character that I'm crying about, but what he represents is so great. I don't know how you can't believe in him. That's just it. Everything he represents is so good. So good. He's coming back to town. He's coming home, baby. He's coming home. Can't wait. Can't wait for him to come back. That will be some serious stuff that I will stop everything I'm doing to try to go see that being shot. Like this, like I when Spider-Man was being shot here, it was literally outside of the building I was working in. I was working downtown Cleveland in the Halley building, and literally the Halley building is in between Euclid. I don't even remember Euclid. I don't even remember. It's between two major streets in town, and on literally the street on the other side of the building, Spider-Man was fucking web swinging. Shit was blowing up right on the other side of our building. Didn't give a shit. Never went to see it once. Nothing. And I like Spider-Man. I definitely like Spider-Man. Didn't give a shit to go see it or be a part of it at all. This Superman shit, like if I found out a way to try to figure out how to be an extra or anything on this movie, that is my new goal. So if you know anybody who handles booking for what's called Genesis, by the way, it's got a secret name. Because the only reason this came out is because I think the Greater Cleveland Film Commission or something like that had released something along the lines. Actually, here, let me do it. I can actually show you the press release right here. Oh shit! I closed it. Whoops! God damn it! Hold on. Bear with me. A little tipsy, a little emotional about Superman here. All right, so the state has awarded $44 million. Ohio has awarded $44 million in tax credits for TV and film production in Ohio. And it lists all the movies who are being awarded these tax credits and how much they're being awarded. TV series, I'll just break them down for you. I'll just show it to you. All right, so the TV series, In an Interesting Life, Part 2, Season 2, WWE 2024. What is that? I don't know what TV. Are they going to start shooting WWE here in Ohio? What is that? Is that just for if they shoot Raw at the Rocket Mortgage Fieldhouse maybe or something like that? Anyway, but the one I care about, the one we really need to look at is at the top, right there, Genesis. That is the code name for Superman Legacy. Superman Legacy, I don't know how it works, but here you go. It says, Cleveland. Among those listed was $11 million for a movie titled Genesis, which has been the rumored working title for Superman Legacy. Cleveland.com's Joey Morona confirmed with a source knowledgeable of the production that Genesis is indeed Superman Legacy. So guys, they're coming here. Superman Legacy is coming here right now. You have to be kidding me. I cannot fucking take it. Superfan donation from Blue Wolverine. He says, be one or Superman. One leaves your life forever and the other one stays forever. Which do you choose? Only can keep one. Blue Wolverine, this is the dumbest question I've ever heard. If you know me for at all, You know me, I am a caveman. I am a caveman of the highest level. Um, I have it in fact, I did one of those 23andMe's, and I have like more Neanderthal DNA than like 95% of the population. So I am a walking caveman. In Blue Wolverine, cavemen had one goal: spread their seed. Fuck, 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 and more fuck. That's what my caveman brain wraps around. While I love Superman and I love humanity, I love fucking more than anything. No, that's true. That's not true. Sorry, Mom. I think you're watching. My bad. We'll talk about it at dinner when we go out on Saturday. We can talk about what should be more important than me taking B1 to Pound Town. No. And if you've ever taken B1 to Pound Town, which I guarantee only a few people have, well, I hope to be able to guarantee that. It's a wonderful thing. Way better than Superman. Way better than the comic book. Way better than any DC animated thing I've ever watched. That's some A+, chef's kiss puss. There you go. All right, guys. All right, I think I'm officially drunk. It's almost 10 o'clock. I should probably start wrapping things up because I'm probably going to start spewing things I shouldn't spew. Thank you to all of you for coming and hanging out tonight. I did notice we were down a few people in the league tonight. I don't know if this is pushback from me taking the night off last night. I don't know if it's pushback from me going hard at one of the league members the other night. But to the League of Dummies, if you guys aren't in, I did close the chat the other night because there were a couple people in the chat who were just being obnoxious and it was driving me crazy. And so I just decided not to deal with it. And so I believe most of them are on strike tonight. So I hope to have you guys back. I love that they picked an episode or an issue where I went for over 2 hours when they complained about how long I do issues for. And then they don't come and hang out tonight. And if they're here and they're just lurking, hi, miss you guys. Would love to have you guys in the chat. But I have to admit, it has been so pleasant doing the show tonight without being just completely, without just everybody being trolly, belly aching about the show. Either like the start time or how long it's lasted or stuff that has nothing to do with what we're talking about. It's been nice. It's been great. So if you're watching, those of you who aren't here tonight, if you're in protest or whatever you're doing, I got to tell you guys, while I love you, it has been nice not dealing with troll shit because I enjoy positivity and interaction that is not just about you or about being trolly. I would love having you guys here, and I welcome you guys back, and I love your support, your financial support, and your loyalty. But I do find it a little silly that because I took last night off, and maybe I gave a hard time to one of you guys, you've decided to not come hang out tonight. It's a little silly, wouldn't you agree? Honestly. So, don't think it didn't go unnoticed. I obviously notice it. I'm not going to lie, I find it to be a little bit petty because all I do is try to put on a good show for you guys. And I took a night off because I needed a night off because I've been working 3 jobs. And believe it or not, this is work for me. That's how I try to treat it. I really do. And you know what? Everybody takes days off of work every once in a while. It happens. So I apologize if you were frustrated about last night. But every single one of you has taken a day off of work before. Every single one of you. Okay? Especially if you work more than one job. And the notion that this isn't work for me, while I do enjoy doing it and having fun, it is work. It's 2 hours out of my day that I come to work and try to talk with you guys about stuff. That's no, now just imagine. I know you guys come and hang out for 2 hours, but you know, this would be 2 hours that I would be sitting around doing nothing, watching TV. Instead, I'm trying to work and do a show for you guys. So I hope you'll appreciate that. And I don't just literally walk up at 6:55 and turn on the channel and just start talking. I literally spend at least 2 hours trying to find stuff to talk about and trying to formulate things that are actually interesting to talk about regarding those things. So it's a little frustrating when people imply that this isn't a job for me. I wouldn't sit around saying, hey, fan fund the show if this were a hobby for me. That's so I do take this very seriously. And if you were butthurt about me being off last night, I don't know what to tell you. I'm a human being, and human beings take days off of work every once in a while. One of my favorite shows, Pat McAfee show, they took the whole fucking week off this week. Whole week. Another show I've been watching, they just decided to take yesterday off for some reason. Just didn't post a show. So it happens. And the notion that you guys would decide not to come hang out the day after I decide to take a night off, I'll be quite honest with you, is very petty. All right? My membership costs are very low, lower than other people's costs. There are, if people, those of you who are paying the Team Dumb Ultimate Fan tier, you guys might have a bone to pick with me. But if you really base off what you're paying monthly versus what I'm giving you guys monthly, it isn't that much. So, I mean, we're talking less than $1 a day for what you guys are paying for what I'm offering, which I think is a pretty reasonable deal this day and age, especially when I'm relying on everybody to help fund the show. Otherwise, it doesn't work. That's how it works. Like, only so many ads help pay for the show. So, I understand your little protest, and I'm going to call it that, a little protest. If you guys don't want to hang out, don't hang out. But the bottom line is, I come on here every night trying to have a little bit of fun with everybody, and my notion of fun might be different than what your notion of fun is. If your notion of fun is coming on something every night, espousing negativity for 2 straight hours instead of being interactive, and interactive doesn't mean just say things so I'll read it back so you can feel good about the fact that I read it back. If you have something insightful to say in a comment, I'm much more apt to read that back. I would much rather read that back. A comment that has something to do with what we're talking about, or in rebuttal to an opinion that I have, like CYX and I had tonight, and Jake and I had tonight. So I implore you all, those of you who are in protest or whatever tonight, or find some sort of coolness, or, you know, and I know you guys are quite a clique. I'm not going to sit here and pretend that you guys aren't a clique. You know it. That's what the whole lunch table conversation was. You guys are literally acting like the cool kids, what you think is the cool kids at the lunch table. Well, Dumb didn't want to sit with us for a day, so Dumb's not going to be able to sit with us moving on, or tomorrow, or for a week, or whatever. That is the attitude that you guys are presenting to me. And if you want to clutch, like I said, if you want to clutch your pearls, based on what I'm saying, go ahead, clutch your pearls. Clutch them all day long. But the reason why so many of you latched on to me talking about the clutching of the pearls is because you guys know deep down that that's how you act a lot of times. You know that. You know that's what you're doing. You know you do it intentionally. I have no idea what actually happens in your secret discords or whatever. I really, truly don't. I don't know. I know you think that Secret ADS Mod comes and talks to me about everything or whatever. That is not the case. When Secret ADS Mod tries to tell me about stuff that's going on between you guys or whatever, you want to know what my answer is? I'm just happy that they're talking about me. I'm just happy that they're talking about stuff that's going on in the show. That's my answer to that. I don't dictate what you say, when you say it, how you say it, any of that stuff. I don't care. I'm not thrilled about the way you guys treat B1. I love B1. I care about B1. I would like to spend the rest of my life with B1. And if you guys don't like that, you don't like that. If you think I'm stupid, you're stupid. Say that. Say dumb, I think you're stupid. But insulting her is just lunch table shit. It's just silly. You know, there's some of you who've just outright just said nasty things about her. Just outright nasty things about her. And it's totally uncalled for. It's just totally uncalled for. She's a good person. She's been through a lot over the last couple of years. Not just having to do with me, but her own life. And not just her grandma dying or anything. You guys don't know what the fuck's going on with her. I don't tell you everything that's going on with her. It's not my business to tell you everything that's going on with her. But I have empathy for her and sympathy for everything that she's been going through. And I don't expect everybody to either respect or support my decision regarding wanting to be with her. But the name calling, the notion that she isn't qualified to do what she does at work, you know, all of that, it's just garbage. It's garbage. And Secret ADS Mod took it upon herself to say, I'm going to mod that shit because it's stupid. It's pointless. It doesn't help anything. It's not entertaining, frankly. It's childish. It's stupid. Like here's one of the things when I worked on the show, on the old show on RMG. If somebody would call on the show and say, Rover's an idiot. Cool. Good for you. So what? If you can explain to me why you think he's an idiot, perhaps I'll put you on hold. But if you just say Rover is an idiot, or if you just say dumb, you're an idiot, or something along those, you know what? And it's not even that, because that would at least be an opinion. Whether it has no fact or basis or reason behind why it's an opinion is one thing. But this just incessant negativity and what you guys call trolling. It's not trolling. It is, I'm trying to figure out the best way to describe it. It is self-grandizing, what's the word I'm looking for here? I'm trying to sound smart, but I'm drunk as fuck. It's not even that. It's not about being drunk. And you guys, people will watch this and the trolls will be like, oh my God, Dumb is drunk and he's talking bad about his fans. No, I'm not talking bad about my fans. I'm actually just trying to reason with some people who can be a bit unreasonable at times and say things to me and in the chat just to entertain themselves and the other 9 or 10 people who they're in a clique with, at the lunch table with. That's what I have a problem with. It doesn't add to the show. Doesn't do shit for the show. The only thing it adds is that when you guys fan fun the show, which I appreciate. I'm not going to sit here and pretend I don't appreciate that. In fact, a lot of times, I kiss your asses for it. I'll let you guys treat me like shit and say whatever the fuck you want. And I just take it because you guys help pay for the show. But I got to be honest with you. It doesn't give you carte blanche to be an asshole to me all the time. It just doesn't. It doesn't give you carte blanche to be a troll because I don't like trolls. I just don't. Especially if it's bad trolling. If it's trolling only to entertain 5 or 6 other people, it's exhausting. So I get what your protest tonight, and I know many of you are watching and some of you aren't. And you're going to take this and you're going to run with it and you're going to go one direction or another. But I'm being straight up with you guys. I like you guys, but I don't like the way you act a lot of times. That's all there is to it. So either choose to revolt or whatever it is you're doing right now, or understand that you got a guy here doing his best to try to put on a 2-hour show for you every day. Because I have to, it doesn't pay the bills, guys. I'll be honest with you. There are many of you who donate. Well, I'll take that back. There are several of you who donate frequently, and there are several of you who pass out gift memberships frequently. And there are many of you who sit back, get all that for free, and then just bitch about everything I do. Not about what I'm talking about either. Just bitching and trying to create controversy or amongst yourselves, really, too, which is just so silly to me. So I'm just gonna be honest with you guys. I love you guys, but I can't stand the way you act a lot of times. And it's not just B1 related. And I know a lot of you are gonna hear this and you're gonna go, oh my God, B1's gotten in his head or whatever, because you have such a poor opinion of B1. Let me make this very clear to you. B1 makes 0 decisions in my life. B1 influences 0 decisions in my life. The only decisions that she influences are if I choose to hurt her or not hurt her, if I choose to treat her well or treat her poorly. And I'm trying to treat her well because I've treated her poorly for so long. And you guys hear my side of the story a lot of times when it comes to things that have to do with me and her. And you don't hear her story a lot of the times. And that's because when she would try to talk or defend herself, she would get called names or would just be completely shit on in the chat. So she just stopped. And now that's it. So I just want to make it very clear. This has 0 to do with B1. This whole diatribe that I'm on right now has nothing to do with B1. It has everything to do with my relationship with all of you guys. I appreciate you all very much. I don't appreciate the constant negativity about what I'm doing, how often I'm doing it, the times I'm doing it, whatever. I have to work 3 jobs to pay my bills. I'm a normal dude with 3 kids trying to get by. I'm not rich. I hope to someday be rich. And maybe talking shit to the people who are out paying for the show or telling you how I actually feel about you guys sometimes is not the best decision. But I'm just going to be frank with you guys. And that's what I'm known for, right? Dumb doesn't pull punches. Dumb tells you how he actually feels about things to the point where he rages sometimes. I don't think I'm raging. I think I'm being very level-headed and very matter of fact. I love you guys. I appreciate you guys. But I don't appreciate the negativity. I don't appreciate the constant, it's never good enough for you guys. It has been such a nice night tonight looking at my chat. I haven't had one troll in there being just people who claim to be fans, and everybody in the chat is a fan tonight. They're not either pretending to be. Sometimes I'll be honest with you guys. A lot of the people in the league, and you guys know who you are. You're not here. You're revolting for whatever reason. It's God knows what. You know who you are. You know you're not here for whatever reason, whatever you guys came up with at the lunch table tonight or the night before or whatever. It has been so nice tonight being able to take a look over at the chat tonight and not see every single time I see add another dumb show tagged in there. It's some sort of comment, so I'll read it, so it will give you some sort of clout amongst your clique. That's not what the chat's for. That's not what the league's for. That's not what I do this for. I love having you guys there. Trust me, I do. Because you guys help pay for the show. And you can say Dumb's on a rant, Dumb's doing this, Dumb's yelling at people. I haven't raised my voice once. I'm very level-headed. I'm actually pretty loose because I've had a couple glasses of wine. So you can, whatever you want. Trolls, you want to say I'm drunk, Dumb's crazy, he's drunk, he's going off on people. Say whatever you want. Clip it, do whatever you want. Bottom line is, I know who helps pay for this show. I know 100%. I know who the members are. I know who the Team Dumb Ultimate fans are. I know who helps pay for this show. The bottom line is, though, I don't want... Many of you make it not fun for me to do the show sometimes. I have had a blast tonight. I've had such a nice time tonight being able to have conversations about... We spent 2.5 hours talking about one thing, because I had interactivity that was beyond, Dumb, you've talked about this for too long. Dumb, you are 2 minutes late to start the show tonight. Oh, we're finally getting a show beyond 2 hours. Or we're finally getting a long enough, that's the kind of shit I don't want to fucking hear in the chat. I don't want to fucking hear it. I just don't. That's the kind of shit where you literally like today, like I just talked about, one of my favorite shows, Pat McAfee shows, off all week. It never crossed my fucking mind to tweet to them or go on their next issue or episode when they're live on YouTube and type in, "Oh, you're finally back? You took a week off? What have you been doing?" And they have that's their full-time job. They get paid millions of dollars to do that job. I get paid hundreds, less than hundreds sometimes, to do this job. Therefore, I have to work other jobs. Therefore, sometimes it might take priority. And if I am overwhelmed with time and work, I will have to work. And we can't do a show. And if somebody just comes on my show and comes in my chat just running their mouth constantly, so I will just say whatever they're saying, it's enough. It's enough. And then if I just say, you know what, I'm going to, if I want to say I'll mute that person for an hour, then it turns into, oh my God, we're being censored. Oh, nobody's censoring you. I just don't want to fucking hear it when it has nothing to do with what we're talking about. So listen, you guys can take it for what it's worth. You can be pissed off. You can be salty. You can not watch moving forward. Whatever makes you the most comfortable. But the bottom line is, I want to have fun when I come here. And when you're being trolly and saying things just for the 10 of you in your clique, it's not fun. It's not fun for me. It might be fun for the 10 of you. It's not fun for me. I don't enjoy it. So hopefully you guys will come and hang out. From now on, your revolt will end. Maybe you'll be back tomorrow. Maybe you'll be back on Monday. Maybe you won't. The bottom line is, I'm going to just say this very, very plainly. I appreciate every single one of you. That doesn't mean I need to like every one of you. That doesn't mean I need to be nice to every one of you all the time because you're a customer. Yes, the customer may always be right in a place like a cash register. Okay? But in a place where we're doing an opinion show, where I'm allowed to have an opinion, and my job is to have an opinion about things we talk about, not just the show in general, which I understand you guys are very conditioned from the old show. Everything was something. The show started 2 minutes late. Oh my God, the show started 2 minutes late. There must have been some sort of major catastrophe, when no, it was literally just the computer froze for a minute or something. It just, it doesn't always need to be something. So again, the bottom line is, I appreciate all of you very much. What I don't appreciate is the negativity in the chat. I've been, since the day I started this show, ADS 1.0, ADS 2.0, I have said from the whole beginning, I want to have a little bit of fun. I want to be silly. I want to talk about things that people have opinions about. I want to hear your opinions about the things we're talking about. I don't want to hear any kind of trolly comments. I don't give a fuck about them. I just don't care. It's so stupid and not conducive to a good show. And the fact that you guys pay for a lot of stuff, pay for the show, draws me over to just putting up with it. And if you guys want to be pissed off and blame somebody for something, you could blame me all you want. Blame Brat. That fucking guy, I had enough of him. The other night, he put about 6 or 7 times in there. He just put in there, at another dumb show, because I told him before the show, trying to be silly, in an effort just to be silly, when he was bitching about starting 2 minutes late, bitching about not going long enough on the previous issues, I just jokingly typed in the chat, hoping that he would get the point. Hey, dude, I get it, but, eat a dick is what I wrote in there. Have a little fun with it. Instead, this fucking guy just repeats the same thing over and over again. The same thing CB says, by the way. He just stole what CB says about wanting an emoji for her trolling. Then he just decided, because he thinks he's such a great troll, that he should send in 1,000 times, dumb, do I get an eat a dick emoji? No, you don't. You don't. You get me telling you it's obnoxious is what you get. Because it is. And I'm sorry, dude. I appreciate your support for the show and your donations and your membership and your tier level. Trust me, I do appreciate that. What I don't appreciate is the fact that you think that because you do pay, you get to act like a fucking asshole. I just don't appreciate it. I don't. That's all there is to it. And so I'm just going to make it very clear that while I do appreciate everybody who are members of the show, I don't appreciate the people who sit in the chat and just try to be trolly for the sake of talking to the other 10 people in their clique. That's the bottom line. I'm over it. I just am over it. So I'm going to continue to do the show. I'm going to try to have fun with the chat as much as I can. But again, I just don't want to deal with that shit anymore. So if your goal is to come here and come and sit in the chat and fucking whine about, oh, Dom did this tonight. Dom started late tonight. Dom took a day off. Blah. Don't watch the show. Because I will take a day off every once in a while. Like every other fucking podcast and TV show does in the fucking world. I will take days off every once in a while. I will point out if you're being an asshole, because that's what people expect from me. They expect me to say XY, not CYX, not her, XYZ person is being an asshole. That's what all the people who are sitting here watching right now and sitting in the chat expect from me. To point out something that because I don't pull punches. I'm not a pussy. I'm not a fucking little bitch. If you piss me off, I fucking say it. That's why I have the fans that I have and why I've had them for as long as I've had them. Because I don't fucking kiss ass. I fucking tell you how I feel. It's why I got fired from my last fucking job. Because I tell you how I feel. And whether that's right or wrong, that's what I am and who I'm going to remain being. So if you want to come hang out here just so you and your 10 friends can hang out and talk shit to me and talk shit about my show, go do that in some Reddit group somewhere. Or Discord or wherever the fuck you want to do it. This is not the place to do it. This is the place to come and hang out, talk about stuff that's going on in the world, talk about stuff that's going on in my life, not talk about the show in itself. Seriously, it's just enough. That's for your own forums. Go there, talk all the shit you want about me all day long. I don't care. Don't sit in my chat whining about the fact that I didn't start on time or the fact the show took a day off. I'm just done. I'm fucking over it. I will literally just either close the chat or time you out for an hour and you missed an hour of the show and that's it. Or you can't talk for an hour or whatever. I'm just through pandering just because you pay a little bit of money. If you guys were paying thousands upon thousands of dollars and I didn't have to DoorDash and I didn't have to fucking go do weddings anymore, then maybe I would kiss your asses. But I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to do it when all you're doing is going in there with the explicit intention of trying to rile me up. I spent too many years dealing with people whose only intention was to rile me up. And I'm not specifically talking about members of the show. Fans, sometimes members of the show, sometimes other people I worked with. I spent too many years dealing with that. I do not want to have to put up with it on my own show. So I just want to make it very clear. Everybody who spent one single penny on this show, I very much appreciate, truly. But I want to make it very clear that that does not give you carte blanche to be an asshole. It just doesn't. You may be able to say whatever you want, but I now, from now on, am not just going to sit here and take it or pander to it any longer. I'll just time you out, or I'll ignore you, or close the chat, and that's it. Because tonight I've had such a nice night of people interacting beyond, oh, dumb, you started, this started at 7:30 tonight? Oh, what time are you going to start tomorrow? 7:31? It's just exhausting, okay? And I hope I know you guys are watching. I know you are. And if you're not, then I'm an idiot for saying you are. But I just want to make it very clear. I appreciate you, but I don't appreciate the way a lot of you act a lot of times. And I don't want to put up with it anymore. I don't want to put up with it anymore, and I'm not going to put up with it anymore. So those of you who want to come back and come and have a good time, play along, have some fun in the chat without being, hey, I'm a troll. I'm going to be a troll all day. I troll. That's what I do. I'm a troll. It's not funny. It's not. It's not informative to anybody. It's not funny to me. It's stupid. And I don't like it. And I don't want to have anything to do with it. So if that's your idea of fun, this show isn't for you. That's all there is to it. So I hope to see everybody back. I hope everybody will take this to heart instead of sitting back and clutching pearls and saying, oh my God, Dumb is ranting. He's yelling at us. Oh, no. Maybe just like Tigram asks that I do, re-examine my views or the things I say a little bit. You know, re-examine my political views. Maybe you guys re-examine the way you have acted over the past however many months. And it's not all the time. I'm not going to sit here and pretend it's every day, but it's quite frequently. And there are several of you who do it quite frequently. And I'm not going to name names because I'm not trying to fucking start fights. This isn't about starting fights or controversy or giving you guys something to talk about in your Discord chats or whatever. This is about my show and what I want and what I don't want. And what I don't want is people sitting in there acting like a little fucking clique, treating people who come in the chat like shit, treating me like shit, just for the sake of entertaining the 10 of you. That's it. That's all there is to it. And I hope you guys will be adult enough and mature enough to understand that I like you guys, but not when you act like that. I like when you interact with the show. I like when you call in and talk. I like when I do gaming shows with people who are suddenly missing tonight, who I've spent money at their business, but suddenly don't show up. It's interesting. Anyway. It's interesting. Very interesting. When I try to make it a two-way street and people forget about that. But anyway. I hope all of you guys, here's Edward. I love this. His old boss would ignore the trolls. Why does Dumb have the right to tell us what to say or not to say? Don't understand what gives him the right to monologue us to death. Edward, Now that's an actual comment about what I'm saying. It's not being trolly. I'm not telling you that you can't have comments about the things I'm saying. When all you do is whine about showtime starts, days off, stuff like that, I don't want to hear about that shit. I just don't. Go in your groups and talk about that shit. I just don't want to fucking hear it. I don't. And that's all there is to it, because it's not even, it's to, number one, get under my skin, and number two, look cool for the click. That's what you're missing here, Edward, is who is the click that I'm referring to. There's a very specific group of people who are watching but pretending they're not watching. They're lurking, which is what they complain about other people doing. And if they've now turned it off just for the sake of, oh, Dumb says we're watching, so we turn it off. Whatever. Hold on, I lost Edward's comment again. I was reading it and I lost it. Where'd it go? Oh, yeah. You guys all have the right to say what you want to say. I also have the right to then comment back to it. That's the thing that's been missing, is when I comment back, it's the pearl clutching, Edward. It's the, oh, woe is me. I help donate to the show, so Dumb shouldn't be able to say whatever he's saying about me. That's so what you're saying I'm doing, Edward, is literally what who I'm talking about does every single night. It's talk shit, dish it out. When Dumb then tries to give it back, can't take it. Literally don't show up for a night. So I have to say, I love, big love from Boomer85, a big super fan donation. He says, this is to help with the loss of Brap. I will pay his portion not to have to see his comments anymore. Here is one from CYX. She doesn't say anything. She just threw a big super fan donation in there. So CYS says, make it into the show you want, another dumb show. And that's what I'm trying to do, guys. That's why I'm saying, going back to what Edward said, I just want to come here. I'm going to be quite honest with you. Those of you who are on your revolt tonight, you didn't show up for whatever reason because I busted on Brap or I shut the chat off the other night. That will not deter me from doing a show. I will still continue to do a show. I will still work harder, as hard, if not harder, moving forward. The pettiness of it is silly. It's just silly. Just silly. Because you're acting as if I'm ungrateful for all of the support that I've had since we started back up in March. It's not that. It's not that. It's exactly what I'm talking about here, is that you guys talk to each other. You guys say things to me and in the chat for each other, not to help add to another dumb show. That's what I want in my chat. People who are hoping to add to the show, not people who are saying things for the other 10 people that they hang out with in another chat somewhere. Okay, that's the problem I have with you guys. That's it. Just that simple. Come hang out and try to add to the show instead of just sitting and fucking belly aching about my girlfriend or what time we start or days we have off or anything. If you don't like the content, then the show's not for you. It's just that simple. It's just that simple. The content will be different every day because I base it around what's going on in the news, what's going on in my personal life. It's going to be different every day. But the thing that's going to be different from now on, moving on, is the bullshit that's been going on in the chat with the click that's been in there. I'm telling you guys have been a detriment at times to the show. When I'm trying to present a thought or play a video about one thing, and the 12 of you are in there talking to yourselves about something that has nothing to do with what I'm talking about, it is the most distracting thing in the entire world. So, again, if you guys want to watch the show and interact with the show, I encourage that. If you want to go talk shit about my show, go do it somewhere else. Seriously. I mean, you can disagree with the things I'm saying. I encourage that. But just constantly criticizing, like, again, I know I keep saying it over and over again, but this was the straw that broke the camel's back, was complaining about me starting at 7:02. Go fuck yourself. I worked until fucking 5 o'clock and then spent every minute after that fucking prepping for the show. And then I hear that people say that this is work. Dom thinks it's work. Why don't you fucking do it then if this isn't work? Why don't you fucking put together everything I've done, all this, make it look like this, all this shit that's happening, and then come up with the show that's entertaining for 2 hours every fucking day. Fill 2 hours, now with nobody else to talk to. And I'm not trying to say that as a slam on Mikey. Trust me, Mikey, I love you. Glad you called in tonight. But then adapt to that, what you've been used to for your entire career, and then try to adapt to it on top of having to add another job on top of it. So the notion that this isn't a job for me is bullshit. And you can go fuck yourself if you said that out loud or you typed that somewhere. You could go fuck yourself. Straight up, go fuck yourself. If you don't think that I treat this like a job, or if you think it's some fucking hobby for me, fuck off. Literally, fuck off. I have no idea who said that, but if you're the person who said it, and I know someone said it, fuck off. Straight up. Literally, if you're the person who said that, fuck you. Don't watch my show anymore. I don't give a fuck who you are. Fuck you and die. Get away from my show. Don't watch it if you don't think that I put in work to try to put on an entertaining program for you. If you don't think it's entertaining, it's not for you. Fuck off. So now I am ranting and I'm being an asshole because that comment in particular infuriated me. Because I put a lot of fucking work into this. Whether you think I don't and you think it's not good, fuck you. I don't care. Fuck off. I do put a lot of work into the show. A lot. A lot of hours go into putting in these fucking 2 hours together. So for somebody to suggest that this isn't work for me, or I don't treat it like work, is insulting. And I'll be honest with you, it's probably what maybe spurred this entire diatribe that I'm on right now. Because I found it incredibly offensive when I'm spending my 7 p.m. to 9 p.m. when most other people are doing what you're doing and watching shows, and I got to get yelled at for starting at 7:02. Fuck off. Or being inferred that it's not a job, or that I don't take it seriously. Fuck you. Straight up. Fuck off. Got it? Cool. I just saw a nice superfan donation come in here. This one is from Hakobe. Says, keep doing the show you want, man. Don't deal with the bullshit and throw out all the negativity. Some people are just assholes. And I honestly could not agree with that more. There are some people who I just have realized are complete fucking negative bitch-ass crybabies and are, well, some of them are just, that's what they do. They're just negative people. That's just their memo. And then some of the people who have revolted or aren't here or whatever are explicitly saying things in the chat for 9 or 10 other people in the chat to try to say either, look, I got dumb riled up, or I'm doing anything other than what dumb wants for some reason. I don't understand it, because it's the oddest thing in the world to pay money to be an asshole. It's so fucking weird to me. I don't understand it. And there are several people who are missing tonight. Several people who I'm surprised aren't here. Surprised, because there's the core group at the lunch table, and they know who they are. They wear it like a badge of honor. The cool kids. And then there's the group that comes to try to hang out with them. And then sometimes they're allowed to hang out, and then other times they're not. And it's interesting to see how some of the people who are on that outside chose to go hang out with the clique instead of coming to hang out tonight. It's weird. It's weird to me because we seem to have a good time here. But if the good time is literally just trying to entertain yourselves for 2 hours talking shit, go do it somewhere else, guys. I don't want to deal with it. It makes me not want to come to work every night. Just that simple. Just that simple. So I'm going to continue to do the show I want to do. And I'm going to try to continue to promote positivity. While I'll be negative and talk shit about people a lot of times in the news or whatever, I'm trying to have fun here. And I don't want to deal with a bunch of fucking assholes. Disaster, what's up, dude?
What's up, man?
How are you, bro?
Now it's time to get real. Now it is time to get real. You know what? I've been thinking about this for the longest of time, about how people get into the chat with us and get to talking and, oh, you know, we're all buddy, and we're all this, that, and other thing. If you understood how the show worked and who you were talking to and who you're listening to, you wouldn't have a problem with it. Like 99% of the shit he says. The fact that you have a problem with stuff that he says shows that you're not compatible. You're not compatible with us. So what you're doing is you're bullshitting in the chat. And that's why you get mad and say crazy stuff and then it eventually have to leave because you're not compatible. That's a simple fact.
And you know what it is? I think that I don't want to say that they're not compatible. It's a self-importance thing, Diz. I don't have the time to go do my own show. So I'm going to try to have fun in a chat on another person's show where I can try to do my own little show almost, if that makes sense. You know what I'm saying? Like, some of the putting on that goes on in there is what I'm kind of referring to.
You know what it is too? It's almost like the Notice Me Senpai meme where it's like, hey, I know that you're doing a show and you have a little bit of clout and fame. Hey, can you say my name? Can you notice that I'm an important person? I'm going to pay money so that you can see who I am. And instead of, look, I just got a job, right? I would pay money because I enjoy watching the show. I'm not going to try to dictate the show or dictate how the show functions based on the fact that I'm putting money on the show. I'm paying money for the show, not to fucking control it.
Yeah, no,
that's not how it works.
Yeah, and if you got to a point where you felt like you wanted to control the show, wouldn't you just say, you know what? I don't think the show's for me because I can't control.
How about this? How about this? For you motherfuckers who pay for HBO Max, write a letter to them and see how that works.
Yeah, well,
see how that shit works. You pay for that shit. Tell them how they run their shit. They're gonna tell you to shut the fuck up.
I tell you what, dude. There was a guy who HBO just had a show where they hired a guy who was a Russian sympathizer, and they actually fought, the woke mob went after him, and HBO fired the motherfucker. So actually, I'll be honest with you, dude. The woke mob can get you anywhere, bro. So. But no, I'm not trying to call these guys a woke mob. And then Diz, you've been around long enough. You know who I am and how long I'll try to put up with shit. And I know you've probably been watching me tiptoe and dance around this shit.
I don't know why you do it.
Well, I thought
I taught you better than that, man.
Well, you know what?
You're making your master very upset because this is not how I taught you. I taught you to fucking be vicious. And never take any kind of bullshit from anybody. Fuck that shit.
Right. Well,
you know that. No, fuck that shit, man.
Well, again, I right now, and Blue Wolverine is saying positivity, ... Right now.
Positivity can kiss my ass and both my balls. Fuck that shit. Positivity gets you punched in your fucking mouth. That's what happens. While you sit there, oh, you know, we should all be friends and hold hands and be the best of buddies. And then the motherfucker goes, oh, for real? Bop! And then you land on the ground. That's not how that shit works. Yeah. We handle problems over here. We solve things.
Yeah, but
this is what this is. This is solving things.
Yeah, but Diz, I gotta be honest with you, dude. I'm a fucking old hippie, dude. I'd rather just we all be like, oh, you know what, guys? You know what? You were wrong, dumb. I was a little bit wrong. Let's all just get along and have some fun in the middle, and we just go back to just bullshitting about whatever. And like, you know what, Sean, Dom, you made some good points, but you know what? Maybe we make some good points too, and then like we come to an understanding. But unfortunately, it starts to get to a point where it's like, it is just trolling. You know what I mean? And it's like
Yeah.
it goes beyond like, hey Dom, we're trying to add to the show. No, Dom, I'm trying to say stuff just so the other 10 people that I hang out with will recognize that I'm trying to look cool for them. Like that's just crazy, man.
I think it's a talent level too. I think like if some people don't have the ability to like just sit and speak and have a presence and be entertaining all at the same time, and they just don't have that ability. So what they'll do is they'll like find another way to get attention. And that's the way that they get attention. And if we glorify them for getting attention that way, then essentially it's our fault because we glorified them to do that.
Yeah.
What do you think?
I don't know. I'm probably starting to have too much wine at this point. I'm just getting ranty. I think I'm getting ranty anyway.
Yeah, I'm on my third blunt listening to you rant. I'm loving it. I'm twisting another one right now. I'm twisting another one now.
That's a problem. I've had too much wine at this point. It turned from to a level-headed conversation to me getting a little ranty. So I probably should start to wrap things up here, dude. It's getting late anyway. I just realized it's 10:45 already. So.
Absolutely.
All right, Diz. I appreciate it.
Absolutely.
Thanks for being so supportive. Bro.
No problem, man.
All right, later.
All right.
Sorry, I hung up on him. And Irish Ronnie says, love you and totally agree, but maybe get sleep, bro. Maybe that's what it is. Maybe I'm just cranky because I don't get enough sleep anymore because I'm working so many fucking jobs. But guys, that's what's frustrating about it too. Is like, you know, I have the DJ business is the bread and butter of my job, right? So I am so concerned that people that will, you know, and I know most of the people who will book with me are fans of me and know I do another dumb show and stuff like that, but like, I don't really tell my business couples. I don't tell like people who book with me unless they explicitly mention that they know me from RMG. I don't ever tell people that. I don't mention it to them because I don't want them to know the crazy stuff that I've done or the crazy stuff that I do or whatever. I want them to think that I'm this professional businessman who does weddings professionally, which I do. But then if somebody were to watch this shit or watch the old shit I've done, they think I'm a complete fucking jackass. So it's this balancing act what I'm doing where I'm fucking eating double Big Macs and then trying to be a professional business owner. It's a high wire act basically where if you lean one way or the other, you're falling off. And maybe I made the wrong decision tonight. Blue Wolverine says, no criticism or opposing opinions. And where did this revolt come from? Is this a real thing or something perceived? Well, Blue Wolverine, I don't know if you've noticed. I know I've been going on for an hour, so it did turn out to be a long tirade. I apologize. But Blue Wolverine, you've been around for a while. You know me from the old show. You know me from ADS 1.0. You know me from here. You're only still sitting here talking and interacting because you are not one of the people who is cliquey. You have opinion. You actually will have opinions about the things I talk about. You have opinion. You're actually you have great opinions. I love when we play Call of Duty and you're on. And I'm not just saying this kiss your ass because you're here. I'm saying this because in particular, like, your accent, number one, is very funny to me because I love accents. And if I hung out with you for 2 weeks, I would talk just like you because I'm a mimic and a mime and I can't help it to talk like people that I like accent-wise. So it always cracks me up when I hear you talk because I feel myself wanting to talk like you. It's the strangest thing. But here's a perfect example. You are still here. You're criticizing me about what I'm talking about, not clutching your pearls and saying, Dumb is the worst. I can't believe after all we do for him, this is what he says. You're not doing that. You're actually commenting about this, saying, well, Dumb, and which I didn't realize. I've been talking for an hour about this, calling it a tirade or whatever. So, again, this isn't like I said, like Blue said, I have been going on for an hour, and I did get definitely got ranty at the end there with Blue, with Disaster, because Diz got me all riled up. We crush people around here. But oh shit, there you go. Oh, phone's ringing. All right, Tessa, you're on another dumb show. What's up?
What is happening?
What do you mean?
Why are you yelling at everyone?
I don't think I'm yelling at everyone. Why do you feel like do you feel like you're being yelled at?
Well, I mean, it is my lunchroom.
So it's I didn't know that you were the keeper. I thought it was my lunchroom and you guys just picked which table
No,
it
no,
was
no,
at.
no, 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 no. You're the school. It's my lunchroom.
Ah, got you. So the lunchroom is allowed to criticize the school a lot. I see. Okay.
Yeah.
No, it's good. Honestly, it's good to hear.
You okay? What's going on? Why are you yelling at all of us?
I'm not yelling at you guys. It did get ranty here towards the end because the wine's kicking a little bit, and like I said,
You told somebody to go die.
disaster got me. Well, no. One specific person who ever was saying that this isn't a job for me, that person can go fuck themselves. Seriously, I don't care if they ever watch again. Fuck off. Go fuck yourself. If that's your opinion
Okay, regather yourself here, sir. We're having a productive conversation.
No. I'm just.
And I do have a particular question. If I'm not mistaken, I heard that you said that that some of the chat doesn't contribute to the content of the show or whatever it was. I'm pretty sure I've been calling you every night to try to help contribute to the show.
That is, you misconstrued what I'm saying. When it is specifically designed to entertain the other people within the clique, that does not add to the show. That's what I meant. You calling is certainly adds to the show. That's actually what I encourage. So no, don't get me wrong there when I say that at all. It is more of.
Okay. I'm also not watching tonight. I don't know if you're aware of that.
Well, how did you know what I was talking about then?
Because I'm nosy. Because people tell me things.
Well, that's the thing.
I am the queen.
Well, that's the thing. I know, like I mentioned, I know there are probably many people who are lurking tonight because they want to, I'm not stupid. I know that one of the core groups of people that, and like
that's my table.
Yes, you guys and your table are part of the core group of listeners. Now, what I want you guys to understand is there is a huge other group of people that I need to make sure that I take care of. So when it is a group, when it turns into Dumb started 2 minutes late for it gets to be it's enough already. It's just enough, and I just kind of had enough of it. But like I said, Tessa, you calling and asking the questions and stuff like that, I love that. I love that. I feel like I'm trying to figure out how to phrase this without sounding like a dick.
You can say whatever you want to me. I don't get offended.
No. I'm trying not to. It's not that I'm not trying to offend people. I don't want to sound like a dick.
You can sound like a dick. That's okay.
So many people who aren't here tonight on purpose.
That's me.
What's that?
I said, hi, me.
Right. Okay, well, I'll ask you straight up. Why did you and the lunch table decide tonight was not a good night to watch?
Because I didn't feel like watching the show tonight. I wasn't in the mood for it.
Okay, what part of it were you not in the mood for?
Any of it. I just didn't feel like watching the show.
Okay, all right.
But I can watch it at a later time as well because, it's on YouTube.
Right. I feel like there's a little bit less enthusiasm in your voice than when you usually call.
Well, yeah, because, how do I say this? I feel, personally, I'm not speaking for everyone, that we need to define the show better. We all understand that you have multiple jobs and things that take up your time. We also understand that you're human and you have shit that comes up. But the show is not 5 days a week, regular show with random members only additions. And that is lack of consistency. And that's where I get frustrated, is the lack of consistency when I expect a show and it has nothing to do with the money. I have plenty of disposable money. don't care. It doesn't bother me. It's the lack of consistency. If I think I'm going to have a show to watch Monday through Friday, can I be totally honest? Yesterday, when you didn't have a show, I was all excited to watch the show and talk shit with all of our little clique in the chat because one of my favorite residents died, and I didn't get to see her before she died.
When your friends are, I'm sorry, I misunderstood you. Your favorite residents?
I work at an assisted living facility.
Oh, I misunderstood what you were saying. Okay,
One
all
of
right.
my favorite residents, she had a heart attack and died yesterday.
Oh, I'm sorry. Well, I'm sorry I wasn't here
And
for
I was
you
excited
yesterday.
to hang out with them and all of my friends, and then they didn't show up, and so I decided to opt out on the show tonight.
Okay. Fair enough. Now, like I said earlier.
And that has nothing to do with you, and I understand that you have other shit to do, but the lack of consistency is a real turnoff for me wanting to watch the show. So
Right.
I just chose not to watch tonight.
Now, can I just add, now, what is another show that you look at as being a consistent show that you watch?
Okay, so I frequently do not, so there are YouTubers that I follow that do podcasts for true crime, because that's what I like. I know it's different than what you do, but I like true crime.
No,
and they have a schedule. They post once a week or twice a week.
What's the name of the
I
show?
know that I have that video.
What's the name of the show you watch?
Oh, I watch a lot of them. You can do True Crime Weekly.
That's in the
They
name of the
do
show?
True Crime Weekly, yes.
Okay. So True Crime Weekly, that's on Apple Podcasts? Or whatever.
Yes, I'm sure that it is. I watch it on YouTube.
So this
but
one,
they post
so
a
the
video
most
once a week.
The most
and
recent
they
one.
Post go ahead.
So I just want to check.
Let's
So
finish.
yesterday's episode was the woman puts baby in oven episode?
Yep.
All right. So their previous episode was February 16th. That was 5 days before that. Then they did one before that. Then they did one on the 15th. Then they did one on the 9th. Okay. Then they did one on. Then they took a day off and did one on the 7th.
And I understand that it's not an everyday thing, and you're trying to do 5 days a week. I get
Right.
that.
Now
I guess there's a difference there.
I just want to see. Let's see. Crime weekly income per episode. Now, cool. So the I just want to throw this in there. The podcast you're talking about is the second highest listed podcast on Forbes, making over $15 million last year.
Oh, that's impressive. Do you want me to give you another one?
But are you kind of seeing the point in why I would bring that up?
No, I totally understand that you have other jobs because you need a source of income, because this isn't something that's quite profitable for you yet.
Well, but okay, right. Okay, so
no, I get that.
They're literally working less than me. And you still watch them and you're loyal to them, but you're mad at me, who is making literal like less than pennies to the dollar compared to what they're making, and you're expecting me to you're having higher expectations out of me than them. Can you understand why
Not exactly.
No,
I do understand where you're coming from.
No, you're literally saying, Sean or Dom, you need to be working from 7 to 9 Monday through Friday for explicitly less money than the other podcasts I'm comparing you to, which I'll take.
I'm also pretty sure that those words didn't come out of my mouth.
Well, no, that's essential.
I understand that yours is a different setup than theirs. I understand where you're coming from. I absolutely understand where you're coming from. You have other jobs to pay your bills.
No. Take the other.
That's what you need.
Hold on. Take the other jobs out of the equation. I'm still working more than the podcasts that you're comparing me to.
I didn't say I was comparing you to them. You asked me what podcasts I listened to, and I gave you one.
Well,
and I said it was different because it's true crime.
based on your expectations when you'll get a show is what I was talking about.
I
So
expect 2 shows a week out of them, and they give me 2 shows a week.
that's my point, Tessa. Do you understand?
I think you shouldn't promise 5 shows a week. I think you should cut it down for your own sanity and your own income and finances. And I think, personally, I think you should cut it down to 2 or 3 shows a week.
This is the most back-ass words way of thinking I've ever heard in my life. You're yelling at me
Why do you
because
think that?
you're yelling.
I'm not yelling at you.
Not yelling is the wrong word. You're showing discontent.
Having a discussion.
Right, you're showing you're unhappy with what you claim is my commitment to all of you based on the number of shows I say I'll do versus what I've offered or what I'm giving is what you're saying.
Correct.
So if I had said to you guys, I'm only offering 2 or 3 shows a week and then came through with 2-3 shows a week, there'd be no malcontent between any of you.
I can't speak for everybody, but I can speak for my lunch table, and we would be happy with that.
Okay, so again, it's literally just because I'll say something and then I don't do it, is what you're saying?
Yeah, consistency. We're here because we love you and we want to support you in your show. And you get mad at us because we get frustrated when you don't show up. So I think we start with, we have a consistent schedule and then move on from there.
Right, but
we're here as a team. We're here to help you because we love you and we want the show to do good and we want you to be profitable.
But okay, well then my next question is, Tessa, then if you know all that and then you know all the other factors that go into behind the scenes and other jobs and everything like that, why is there no understanding to where, okay, Dumb wants to do 5 shows a week, but unfortunately he is hamstrung by that, the fact that he has to work during the day as well because the thing he's trying to do 5 days a week is not profitable enough and he needs to do the other thing during the day. To me,
that I can't answer for you.
That sounds a little unreasonable. I'll be honest with you. It really does. It sounds like it's like, hey, we expect him to be here 5 days a week, but in the end, we're literally only paying pennies on a day to support that. And then we believe that we have the right to act as though we're being shortchanged.
I can't answer that because I don't feel like I fall into that group of people.
Well, I don't know if you're in, I don't know what tier you're on or how much, what dollar amount you're spending or whatever. I have no idea about that. But my point is like, it isn't an exorbitant amount of money to have a subscription to this show.
No, and I don't think, I don't know, but I don't think anybody that is paying a membership for the show is upset about the pricing of the membership at all.
No, I understand that. But I feel like if you know me and you're a fan of me and you watch what I do, the bottom line is the only reason you watch another dumb show is because you have some sort of affinity to me or you straight up hate me, right? Those are the 2 reasons people watch, basically, which is understandable.
Well, we're not Chance, but okay.
Well, that's how Howard Stern works, right? Like you love him or hate him. I love what he's going to say next, or what do I want to hear what he says next? And I'm not comparing myself to him by any means, but it's the same idea. You know what I mean? You either love or hate whoever you listen to, or it's a combination of both. And I fucking totally lost my train of thought there. Again, I've had too much fucking wine at this point.
I do that to people.
But
I do that to people.
Here's the bottom line, Tessa, is that I appreciate all of you guys, but you guys have to understand, I'm looking for a little bit of, what's the word I'm looking for? Not not forgiveness, because that's stupid. I'm not asking for forgiveness. I'm asking for a little bit of
Slack? Well,
well, no, not slack. No, realism. And understanding that while you guys might look at me, look, you guys might look at me like, hey, he's doing a show and I make it look good and this is a great thing that he's doing every day and it's entertaining and we enjoy it. This show is not what's paying my bills. So even if I am consistent 5 days a week, fucking 24/7 or whatever, 7 days a week, whatever, 5 days a week, 365. Even if I hit that, it's still not good enough. I then have to do the members only on top of it, which is great. I'm okay with that. But those literally, like, I think I'm so upset right now, Tessa, is because I caught wind that somebody said that I don't treat this like a job. And jobs pay. Jobs.
I'm unaware of that.
Well, that's what I caught wind of. And I'm not saying you said it, but whomever said it is who turned this into what it is right now. Because it made me feel as though, God, if I were getting rich right now, it would be a totally different story. Like, you guys could say whatever the fuck you want and talk shit all you want, and like, I'm getting rich. Like, I don't give a fuck. But because it's my show, right? But because I'm not, and I'd like to do things the way I am. I just, here's the deal. You know what?
Who said that?
I don't. But if I had to guess, I do. But again, that's just all speculation.
Can you give me a hint?
I actually don't care. I don't care specifically who said it, Tessa. It's more the principle of it. It's more of the notion.
No, I get it. I was
it's
just
more
curious.
of the notion. It's more of the notion. It's
I
not
told you I'm nosy.
It's not a personal thing. That's the thing. Like, it's not. I don't really particularly care who said it. It just the notion that thought is being floated is.
Can I touch on one more thing?
Sure. Yeah. Please.
I only caught bits of this. B1. Your lovely significant other, not titled.
Yeah.
I don't think that any person dislikes or hates her. I think that the chat had fun making fun of her because we're a bunch of assholes. And I just think that she should know that. Also,
well, hold on. Let me.
I think the chat try. Go ahead.
Let me stop you there. It's not entertaining to me.
Right.
It's entertaining to the 10 of you guys who do it.
Right. And I think the chat stopped doing it for the most part from what I've seen.
Well, I think that's because
we don't want to be hurtful or hateful to her.
Well, I think that's because Secret ADS Mods started modding all of it, and everybody was like, fuck it, I'm not going to say it if Secret ADS Mod's going to mod it.
Well, no, that makes us mad. And when she mods things, that makes us more mad, and we want to talk about it more. But we were asked, obviously, by you to not do that because you care for her, which we understand. I have nothing against B1. I don't know her at all whatsoever. I don't like your guys' relationship, if I'm going to be completely honest. I think you two are toxic for each other.
That is an opinion. Business. That's an opinion, though. I would much rather hear, Dom, it looks like you and B1 are in a toxic relationship because of X, Y, Z, versus, oh my God, she's
so
this
good for herself.
Oh,
not like spouse-wise, but I mean like life-wise. I think she could.
If she got away from you, Dom, she would be great, is what you're saying.
Yes. Tell her to leave you alone and to build her life. No, I think she's been doing wonderful since you guys have split, from the sounds of it. I mean, she's had her own place for, 2 years now? And it sounds like she's been doing a grand old thing, and she's still got her job that she seems to really like, and good for her. You two get together, and you guys get violent sometimes, and I don't think y'all need to be doing that.
We have for sure. I've been a very volatile relationship with her over the years, but I think honestly, us living apart has been the best thing for the both of us because we've both learned how to live on our own, and neither of us really have
Well, and
had
it
the
gives you guys some
opportunity.
space from each other.
No, Tessa, it's truly because neither of us have ever lived on our own. Literally.
Oh, why?
When I went
I
from
like my space.
no, not living single like by yourself. I mean literally
No,
taking care of yourself on your own, not relying on anybody else for
right.
any bills, anything like that. Neither of us have ever really done that. Like I've been in like bad relationships right out of like, relying on the woman in my life and blah blah blah. She's been in
Yeah,
relationships
you
where
guys
she's
don't need to be doing that.
no, and I agree. That's been a huge, huge thing. That's why I think it's been one of the best things for us is to live apart. She handles her shit. I handle my shit. If one of us is in trouble, we'll help the other one. That kind of thing. But it's really been the
Nice.
best thing for us is learning to
No,
live on
that's
our
good.
own. And that will make the two of
No,
us,
I think that's good.
in the end, grow to be stronger. So, well,
Yeah.
Tessa,
See,
I
I think the only time I ever got mad at her was when she was talking all that shit about Meech in the chat, but that was months ago.
Well, that's the thing, though. I think you might have glossed over the fact that Meech had kind of talked some shit about B1, and B1 was just
Well,
B1 is
if I'm
much
not mistaken,
B1 is much like me, Tessa. If you come at them, we go 0 to 100. Like
they're a
there's a
little
reason
pitbull. Me too.
she and I get along very well because we both can go from 0 to 100 very quickly. We have that kind of
Me too. I
thing in
think that's
common.
why I like your show sometimes.
I know. That's why I don't understand when people don't get it when I get mad and then they decide not to show up for a couple nights. It's very confusing. You're dealing with the crazy ass motherfucker. So
No, I think that if I'm not mistaken, it was when you were talking about Maud coming over to your house after that wedding that she helped you with, and how B1 got weird about it. And I think that's what started it all was Meech was defending Maud for being over there, and B1 got upset with her about it, and then that started all that. But
I
so
know.
long as
I think the whole thing is silly. I think there's
yeah.
a level. I mean, look at me, Tessa. Look how handsome I am. I think it's just the two of them fighting
Oh
over
my
me.
gosh,
That's all there is
you're
to
just
it. I mean, let's be honest. Look at
I
this.
don't know what to do with myself.
Look at this 46-year-old. What am I? 46 now. 46-year-old stud with gray beard and black ass hair.
Yep.
I'm
We're all just
I know your panties are
bowing
wet.
at your feet.
Your panties are wet. Just admit it. That's all there is to
yep.
it.
What panties?
Every time I talk, you can't help it. You're walking around with your nipples out and your panties wet. So
Yep. No panties.
Yep.
We don't do
All
panties.
right, cool. Wet yoga pants then. Even better. Trust me. Been there, done that. So. All right, Tessa. No, I
Calm
appreciate
down. Quit being mean to my tables.
Hey, the more yoga pants you guys wear, the less mean I'll be to you. So, all right, Tessa. I appreciate you calling. Thank you very much.
Deal. Go to bed.
All right, I am. I'm going to wrap it up. I'll see you. All righty, guys. I believe that is going to wrap this up. I appreciate everybody coming to hang out tonight. MJM, I'm reading this last one that comes in before I wrap it up. Says, MJM says, they might criticize you, dumb. What does that say about their lives? You're a man, a father. If you're not conforming to their schedule is so bad, maybe they need to look at their own lives. I love it. I love the... See, this is what I'm looking for. Commentary about what we're talking about. Anybody who thinks I'm a dick and who's a supporter of the show, I totally understand if you think I'm a dick. But you guys obviously watch this show and watch me for a reason. It's because I am the way I am. And if you don't like it, it's probably not the show for you. I might fire back at you sometimes. It's the way it goes. So, to all the trolls who are watching this and excited to repost it and say, oh my God, Dumb's fans don't love him. Oh my God, he's made fun of his own fans or he bitched at his own fans or whatever. Let me say this to you guys. Double middle fingers. Go fuck you guys. Because this is how I roll. I do my show. I'm going to do it my way. And hopefully people will hang out And if you're one of these bitch ass trolls who just wants to be a troll, go do it on Reddit, nerd. Oh wait, you got kicked off Reddit. That's right, nerd. I forgot. You're in a group that nobody gives a fuck about. Nerd. I have 2 huge trolls, guys, right? 2 of them. I know they're both watching. At least one of them is watching. I know you're watching, Frank. I'll give you a little props, Frank. I know you're watching. And I get like, I gotta get a cramp. I got a cramp in my side. So I know, so I heard the rumors. I heard you got Frank, you got booted from your Reddit group. I heard you got booted from another thing. I can't remember what it was. And now you're down to one last group where nobody, like literally nobody interacts with you. There's like 7 people interacting with you. So, Frank, I would love for you to call in sometime. Truly, I would love to know what your beef is with me. What your prob is with old Dumb. What did I do or what did I say that caused you to hate me so much? I would love to hear from you. Like truly, I'm well, I'm flattered. I'm flattered first off at your obsession with me. Like literally, the guy watches every night. He thumbs up. He thumbs down every episode because literally, like I get all kinds of thumbs up and 1 thumbs down. Always from Frank. I know you're watching. You've created 7 or 8 different YouTube accounts to be able to watch. But I would love for you to call in. Like truly, like I would love to have a conversation with you to try to understand why you are the way you are. Especially when we have weird things in common, like you're a DoorDash driver. I drive for DoorDash. You failed at radio. I failed at radio. You tried to send in like JLR parody songs. You sucked. It sucked. We all made fun of you. Is that why you don't like me? Because we made fun of your bad songs? I'm very confused. I truly, and that'll tell you how drunk I am that I'm even acknowledging you, because there's like I have 2 really obnoxious trolls. Chance, obviously, that guy's, but the person that called in tonight that played the me ranting, probably Frank, if I had to guess. So Frank, call into the show. I'd love to hear from you. What is your problem with me? Even if you don't want to talk. If you don't want to talk on the air, if you don't want to get chewed up and spit out by me, because you know that's what would happen. You know I will school you on any topic, anything, period. I will chew you up and spit you out. And you know it. That's why you don't interact with me directly and you do weird posts other places. You know I will chew you up and spit you out. 100%. Just like I do to everybody else who tries to fuck with me. So I would love to talk to you on the phone. I know you won't call because you're too much of a puss. Email me, anotherdumbshow@gmail.com. I'd love to hear, and you use a fake Gmail. I'm not trying to change. You don't bother me like Chance does. Chance, I actually, you know what'll happen to him. You, on the other hand, I find you mildly entertaining for some reason. Well, not entertaining. That's the wrong word. You're not entertaining at all. You're an idiot. You're a piece of shit. But I'm curious as to why you're such a piece of shit. I'm curious about it. What is your disdain so much for dumb? Because I get, people send me all the weird memes you post and shit. It's so weird. Like, I live rent-free in your head, dude. Why? Why do I live in your head? What did I do or what did I say? What is it about me? Is it my hair? Not bad hair day today, right? Not a bad hair day. What is it about me that has you so obsessed with me? I wonder. You think I'm cute? I'm handsome. Could be it. I wonder though. Seriously, I'm not busting your balls, bro. I would love to hear from this guy, because like literally, like the league is revolting around, which is weird. I gotta be honest with you. Like Pat Wooey, where you at, bro? The fuck, bro? Thought we were cool. The fuck? What's up, bro? Really? Really did? Go to your shop, play Call of Duty with you, bro? Give you a little love for your YouTube and shit? Nothing? Kind of weird. Anyway, so Blue Wolverine says 1 hour and 20 minutes still going. Well, I'm having a little bit of fun. I'm talking, I'm going. What's the difference? It's 11:13. Who cares? All right, Blue Wolverine. All right, let's see here. Wow. All right. Wow. All right. CYX says the bull is coming out tonight. Blue Wolverine says 1 hour and 20 minutes is still going. Diz says yes, the power is strong with this one. And CYX says we're still watching Blue Wolverine. MJM says 20-year fandom, do you, brother? And then Blue Wolverine says not for long, going back to CYX saying we've been watching this whole time. So okay, wow. I don't expect to rub everybody the right way with this one. I really don't. But here's the deal, guys. I'm just trying to have fun. I just want to come on here and have some fun with everybody and talk about shit that's going on in the world. Get your opinions on it. Throw my opinion out there. The context in which you used to know me from, where everything is so negative and everything must be something because we need to fill 4 hours, is not my way of thinking. It's just not. I've evolved beyond that. I'm trying to do something beyond that. If those things happen organically, great. But to manufacture them based on, hey, he's off a day or he's a couple minutes late, and insinuate that's inconsistent when you're comparing that inconsistency to people who are making millions and millions of dollars is the most ridiculous comparison in the world. And to suggest there is some sort of inconsistency because I say, hey, I'm going to be on from Monday through Friday from 7 to 9, and then like there's a day off. Well, guess what? Other podcasts I see say they're going to post a show every day at 12 o'clock, and they don't. They post them when they have fucking do them. And also, they're pre-recorded. They're pre-recorded and done on their own time. So you can't even chat on those shows. So, hello, what are you talking about? Anyway, all right. That's going to wrap things up for us tonight on Another Dumb Show. Those of you who have come and hung out the whole night, I would greatly appreciate you guys. Irish Ronnie says, get some sleep, my guy. I am absolutely getting ready to... I'm reading Edward. Edward says, so the ranting brings in the viewers, Boomer. Is that what you're saying? Guys, when is the last time I ranted? Edward, your perception of me is skewed based on something else you used to watch for 4 hours a day. I come on here every night, and almost every night, literally out of the, I don't even know, we're on 184 issues. 5 of them I ranted and went off on somebody. 5 of them. Maybe at the most 10 out of 184. So what are we talking about? 5% of the time I'm ranting? Are you fucking kidding, dude? Move past the narrative that is dumb from the old show and grow the fuck up. Seriously. Because I don't do this every day. I haven't done this every day. I haven't gone off on anybody in the longest time. I stay chill, bro. I stay chill. All the time. All the time anymore. You can fucking blame it on Lamictal, baby. And Abilify. I'm fucking boring as fuck. most of the time. But what I do know is that I'm not an idiot. I'm educated about what's going on in the world, maybe not to the greatest extent, and I have opinions about it. And I will continue to espouse those opinions. And I will continue to eat copious amounts of food in short amount of time. Okay, motherfucker? And I'll smoke some weed when I want to, and I'll drink some wine when I want to, and I'll do some members only shows when I feel like it. Okay? That's the bottom line. So if you don't want to support another dumb show, go. Just go now. Now's the time to jump ship and get the fuck out so I know where I'm at and where I stand moving forward. However, if you know that I am me, and sometimes you're going to get me going off, and other times you're going to get me crying, which I believe you got all of in this episode. You got me crying, you got me ranting, you got all of the above. But I want the bottom line to be, this is another dumb show. I am the host of another dumb show. I will dictate what goes on another dumb show. So if you decide you want to hang out moving forward, great. If you want to be a part of the League of Dummies, great. If you don't, see ya. Because I'm not going to change who I am for 12 people who are talking to themselves. That's the bottom line. Now, while I would love to have you 12 people back, and again, going back to the lunch table, there's a few people at the lunch table who seem to be kind of running the show amongst the little group. And a few people who are on the outside looking in going, well, maybe if I don't watch another dumb show tonight and I don't go in the chat, maybe the people in the clique like me better. What life are you living if that's how you're thinking? Instead of thinking, hey, I come hang out with Dom a couple hours a night and we have a good time, and I get to put my opinions in, and if not, and he likes them or doesn't like them, and he repeats them and reads them if I actually add him. And you know who you are if you're not at the main table and you're outside looking in. You had to decide tonight whether you want to hang out at the cool table or whether you want to come and watch a show tonight. So, just like Tygram said to me, do a little soul searching and decide what's more important to you. You want to go hang out with your clique? You want to come hang out on the show every night and for a couple hours and have a good time? You decide for yourself. I actually, in the end, I want you here, but I mean, what the fuck? I mean, come on. If you think going hanging out with your clique is more important than coming and having a good time, go hang out with the clique. I don't know what to tell you. So, if I lose anybody tonight, it's been great having you. If I lost you because of anything I've said tonight, then that's on you, because I'm just being me, and the people who watch me like me for me. They do not want to see me pander to anybody because they spend $1.99 a month or $9.99 a month. They don't want to see me pander to those people. They want to see me be me, talk about the things I want to talk to with my opinion, instead of fucking worrying about the people who pay and the things they say. So if you want to be a part of the show, you want to hang out, I'd love to have you back. But if your only goal is to be in the chat and talk to each other about me or whatever, go do it somewhere else, because I'm not interested in it. So, all right. I think that's going to wrap things up for us tonight. It is officially 11:21. I can't believe I've gone this long, but hey, when something hits you personally, something actually matters to you, and you feel like, well, I'll be honest with you guys. I feel like I've been given and given and given. And I know that's what you guys feel like. You've been given and given and given. And I take a night off, or I start a couple minutes late, and you think that you're not getting. Well, you're crazy. I mean, let's be honest. I mean, how many other things do you watch you don't pay a fucking dime for? And they're not on every fucking day. I mean, I'm not a millionaire here, guys. You got to be realistic with the whole fucking thing here. And I'm trying to be honest with you guys, so you'll be realistic. And if you don't want to be realistic and you don't want to accept my honesty and you think you're just getting picked on or whatever, go ahead. Clutch your pearls. Go do what you got to do. But the bottom line is I'm going to be me, and I'm no longer just going to kiss ass for the sake of a couple bucks a month. So I hope to have you back. And I hope that's the reason you actually watch Another Dumb Show, is because I don't pull punches and I actually talk about the things that I feel. So Disaster just threw in a superfan donation. Really appreciate you. Thank you, my friend. That's actually Disaster's first superfan donation. This motherfucker finally got a job. Motherfucker's just been sitting back. I'm just kidding. Disaster, I know you've been trying so hard to fucking get by, and he's over here. Finally got a job, and now he's throwing in a little bit of cash. So thank you so much. And Super League of Dummy member, Bish, my mom, says, love you, Sonny. So apparently she's been sitting around this whole time. But you know what? My mom would be proud of me. She'd love my conviction and the fact that I didn't actually start yelling and screaming at anybody. All right, guys. Hey, those of you who actually like the show and want to see the show be successful, please hit a thumbs up on tonight's show. I'm sure we'll get lots of thumbs downs tonight, but hopefully we'll get many thumbs ups tonight. And hey, one more last little thing. Hey, Frank Frankly, whatever your fucking dork ass name is, please call into the show sometime and let me chew you up and spit you out. I'd love to hear what you have to say. Or email me. Just email me about what your beef is with me so I can chew that up and spit that out. So I'm always around, buddy. And I'll keep doing this. No matter what you do, I'm going to keep doing this. Got it? Got it. Good. Alrighty, guys. Hit that thumbs up. Big ups to Superman coming back to Cleveland. So excited about it. Going to see my main man here in town. Hopefully, I'm going to figure out everything I can and everything I can do at this point to be an extra in that movie. I need to be in that movie. So if you guys see anything about casting for Superman Legacy or Genesis or anything like that, please send it to me, anotherdumbshow@gmail.com, on Instagram or Twitter or X or whatever the fuck it's called, @anotherdumbshow. Let me know so I can get in that movie. That is going to wrap things up for us tonight. I will be back live, hopefully. Well, I don't want to let anybody down. I don't know if we'll do a gaming show tomorrow night. I don't know if we'll do a main show tomorrow night. I don't know if I'll be live tomorrow night at 7. I guess you guys will just have to turn your notifications on and find out. If you're not already subscribed to the show and you've heard me ranting for the last 2 hours and you're wondering why you can't talk in the chat, it's because you're not subscribed, dipshit. Got to be subscribed, you do ahead. Hit that subscribe button. 10 minutes later, you can go in the chat and tell me how much you hate me, like everybody else who claims they love me does. Alrighty, guys. That's going to wrap things up for us tonight. I appreciate all of you, whether you believe it or not. I do appreciate everybody who spent 1 red cent on Another Dumb Show. However, I ain't no bitch. All right, I'm going to wrap things up. I'm out of here. See you.